اوكي بيستوب. طيب نبدأ بإذن الله. We will start now. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Thank you all for coming. شكرا للجميع على حضور التدريب اليوم. يعني يمكن أبدأ الكلام بحاجة كده، أقول لكم من الحين اللي حيتأخر في الرالي ما حيفوز. فأنا مستغرب اليوم، يمكن الجداد لسه ما عرفوا كيف الدقة في الوقت اليوم مهمة جدا في الراليات. So أرجو من الجميع احترام الوقت. I'll just say it in English very fast. It doesn't look so good today. Most of the people late in the rally. I'm sorry, but we'll never win. So please be punctual from today, and I hope everybody enjoy the rally. Okay, I will start by introducing our team. We have from ALJ السيد رامي تركي and مالك حمام. عندنا اليوم هنا من فريق العمل الأخ رامي تركي من شركة عبد اللطيف جميل مسؤول عن السبونسرشيب والايفنتس، والأخ مالك. وعندنا كمان من في التدريب فريق التدريب السيد فلوز مارتن، متخصص طبعا اكيد اللي كنتوا معانا السنه اللي فاتت تعرفوا عنه، متخصص في الاوف رود تريننج. وعندنا سندين جويد. Please show yourself. She's every time rallies called navigation. She ما شاء الله does a lot of things. الاخت سندين جويد عندها خبرة كبيرة في مجال الراليات، إذا كان في الكود درايفنج ولا في النافيجيشن ولا في يعني حتى المسارات ما شاء الله تعرف وتساعدنا في المسارات كمان في الرالي هذا. عندنا كمان أليكس كوبر كافر سوري. Yes, she will also be in charge of off-road driving. Alex is very experienced and she has vast knowledge about off-road driving with Fraser here. And finally, we have Carlos. Carlos is from Stella. Carlos, please show yourself. No, stand up. Come closer. Don't be shy. Carlos from Stella. Last year, we had a lot of issues with the participants not really knowing how to operate the Stella system. So today we brought Stella to actually do training. We do ladies to have a better preparation for the rally. اليوم نحن جبنا الأخ please يعني bear with me because I have to speak in Arabic and English because we have a lot of people who are يعني watching us live on the online. I'm sorry I was a little bit rude. Sorry everybody online. I have to greet you also. Thank you for being online with us, and I hope that you will enjoy and يعني get as much knowledge as possible from this training program. So I'll be speaking Arabic and English because I want to cover everybody. And جبنا الأخ زي ما قلت لكم كارلو عشان اللي عندهم كثير كان من المشاركات السنة اللي فاتت عندهم كده شوية ضعف أو ما عرفوا يشتغلوا الأجهزة هذه، وكان في شوية ضيعان في الصحراء. فحبيت اليوم يكونوا معانا في التدريب على أساس إنه إن شاء الله تروحوا للسباق وتكونوا جاهزين الجهوزية الكاملة. فنحن نبدأ الحين في الموضوع كلمة يلقيها الأخ رامي. تفضل.
يقول بيت المصرية، يمكن يقول يمكن أبوهم عجوز.
يعطيكم العافية. يعطيكم العافية وشكرا لحضوركم. اسمي أنا رامي تركي. My name is رامي تركي. I'm the head of sponsorship and events at عبد اللطيف جميل. And on behalf of Abdul Latif Jamil, I would like to thank you for your passion to register and participate in Rally Jamil second season. I can see some faces already that participated last year and new faces. I'll start, I can say, the discussion with our introduction with something happened like 2 years ago. I got a call from Mr. Hassan Jamil, our vice president, and he asked me that I have an idea to make a new rally for female. And I said, for female? We are working in this field for like 3 years and just doing rallies for men. I know that women empowerment started 3 years ago or 4 years ago right now, where all women can drive, but being in a rally with the toughness is a little bit challenging. So Captain Abdullah called me later on, and he already got the news and told me, Rami, we have to meet. I said, for what? He said, we have to do a rally, a first ever female rally in the Middle East. I said, are you sure this is going to happen and this is going to work? They said, yes, I'm sure 100%. So we started from scratch. This was like 2 years ago, starting from the branding, and we worked really with love to make this happen, starting with creating the name, creating the logo, creating the branding, gathering the entire thing together. And this was really, really something amazing, starting from scratch to make it happen. And I was not expecting to having more than 34 teams in first year. This was really unbelievable. And a lot of emotional moments that we had in season 1. And I'm really happy and proud to be part of this team. We have seen some of the participants who started their professional career. We have, for example, here, mashallah, Maha, who worked with us, and mashallah, she started her professional career in the rally side. I have seen also Inas participate in the hill climb. I have seen some of the participants of season 1 who started their professional career, starting from navigation. Then they got it to the professional career and started to make plans and started to look for sponsors. This is great platform for grassroots. And I believe everyone who wants to make it serious and to make it to the next level, absolutely, this is the platform. So welcome again to Rally Jamil. And inshallah, looking forward to make a historical season this year, where we have, I believe, Muhammad, between 40 to 50 participants. So this is going to be absolutely magical, inshallah. Thank you again. يعطيكم ألف عافية. طيب هبدأ أعيد نفس الكلام بالعربي؟ نعيده. طيب يعطيكم العافية. أنا اسمي رامي تركي، شغال في شركة عبد اللطيف جميل، وبالنيابة عن عبد اللطيف جميل وبا خشب حاب أقول لكم شكرا لكم لمشاركتكم وشغفكم ووجودكم هذه السنة. كنت بقول إنه قبل 2 سنين بدأنا الفكرة هذه، وجاني اتصال من الأستاذ حسن جميل نائب الرئيس في الشركة عندنا، وكان بيقول إنه إحنا السنة هذه نبغى نعمل حاجة جديدة ومع الومن امباورمنت وتمكين المرأة، ليش ما كمان نبدأ في مجال الراليات وندخل المرأة لهذا المجال. فقلت له تتوقع فكرة زي هذه راح تنجح؟ قال لي ابسولوتلي. سبحان الله خلص مني وكلم الكابتن عبد الله بخشب، واتصل علي الكابتن عبد الله وقال لي وي هاف تو ميت. بدأنا نتكلم من البداية ودخلنا وجبنا خبراء، واتكلم طبعا الكابتن عبد الله بخشب هو الخبير اكيد، لكن جبنا برضه خبراء اشتغلوا في نفس من امريكا من دول كثير، وتكلمنا معاهم واشتغلنا تو ميك ات هابن بالطريقة الصحيحة. وبدأنا من البداية، بدأنا على البراندنج، بدأنا على اللوجو، على الاسم، اختلفنا كثير على الاسم بالمناسبة، ايش نسمي الرالي، ايش ما نسميه، فدخلنا في اسماء عجيبة يعني. في الاخير قلنا اتس رالي جميل، ما نروح يمين ويسار، اتس رالي جميل، نسهلها اتس رالي جميل from عبد اللطيف جميل. What's beautiful rally. Rally Jamil means beautiful rally. So we started from there and we are very proud إنه السنة الأولى بدأنا من هناك، وكنا جدا سعيدين إنه السنة الأولى 34 فريق من المملكة ومن خارج المملكة، والسنة هذه ما شاء الله عندنا من ما بين 40 إلى 50 فريق. والشيء اللي فعلا يبين الحمد لله نجاح هذا الرالي إنه طلعوا بعد كده ما شاء الله ناس بدأوا بداياتهم بالرالي وانتقلوا بعدها ما شاء الله للعالم الاحترافية. فعندنا 3 إلى 4 نماذج ناجحة جدا وان شاء الله نطبع هذه السنه يكون عندنا نماذج اكبر واكبر واكثر. عندنا الاخت مها وعندنا الاخت ايناس من الموجودين حاليا. ما اعرف اذا دكتور نور انت شاركت بحاجه، بس كاني شفتك قبل كده جيت واحده من الايفنتس حقت الموتور سبورتس العام الماضي، اعتقد انك كنت في ان شاء الله السنه هذه نطمح انك تشاركي. فان شاء الله باذن الله نطمح نشوف اكثر واكثر، لانه هذا البلاتفورم الممتاز، او خلينا نقول البدايه الممتازه للاحترافيه. في ناس متخصصه في راليات النافيجيشن، وفي ناس تخصصها وشغال في راليات النافيجيشن، لكن انا اشوف اتس جريت ستارت وبدايه موفقه وممتازه في عالم الاحترافيه للكل اللي حابب انه هو يدخل، زي ما دخلت مها، زي ما دخلت ايناس، في مجالات مختلفه. عندنا كثير من المجالات المختلفه في عالم السباقات. فيعطيكم الف عافيه، شكرا لكم وسعيدين بتواجدكم. باذن الله راح يكون رالي ممتاز وانا متفائل باذن الله. واذا عندكم اي سؤال تفضل. شكرا.
طيب نبدأ إن شاء الله اليوم التدريب. ينقسم التدريب إلى اليوم تقريبا 4 أقسام. قسم يدربكم على كيف نخوض في الصحراء اللي حيكون السيد فريزر، والجزء الثاني كيف نعمل نافيجيشن اللي حيكون مع السيدة سنديلي، والقسم الثالث اللي حيكون هو كيف نتدرب على الصعوبات اللي تواجه الفريق، إن كان مثلا مشاكل في السيارة، بنشر، كيف نغير كفر، كيف القيادة في ظروف قاسية في الصحراء، مثلا إذا غرز السيارة كيف تطلع، يعني أشياء عملية. والجزء الأخير اللي هو النافيجيشن اللي هي تستخدم أجهزة ستيلا، والروبوك طبعا حيكون من النافيجيشن. Today we have nearly 4 sections. With general information about the rally and the way you drive off-road driving with Mr. Fraser here. And then we will go to navigation with Sandiri. Navigation will include a couple of things like how to read the road book and other things, how to start the procedure of starting the stages. So whatever we felt was difficult for you last year, we're trying to simplify it and trying to give you a knowledge about it so you don't make mistakes like last year, or be better prepared. And the third section will be the actual training in the cars and in the desert, and how to deal with problems that occur, like a puncture, for instance, or getting stuck in the sand. And finally, it will be a training on Stella navigation equipment and tracking. And this is nearly the 4 sections that we have. So first, I would like to start with the small film. Sound, جماعة. عبدو. So this is a small video of what happened last year. We thought maybe you get to look at it before we start. هذا فيديو صغير كذا كان على الأحداث اللي حصلت السنة اللي فاتت، قلنا نحمسكم للجداد اللي حيشاركوا معنا أول مرة. نتكلم الآن على الروت أو الطريق اللي راح نمر فيه وهنستخدمه. السنة اللي فاتت كان 3 أيام زي ما أنتم عارفين، وبطلب منكم يعني من المشاركات اللي كانوا موجودين قالوا نحن عبين ما تعودنا على الجو وعبين ما تعودنا على الرالي انتهى، فنحن لو تودون انه هو ل5 ايام والله تفاجأت، بس قلت انه الواحد ايش انتوا زباين يعني، فقلت انه نحن نكبر الرالي حسب الرغبه. Now we'll talk about the route. As you know, last year was a 3-day event. And last time, the participant asked to extend because they said, okay, we just got into the rhythm and then the rally is finished. So please, if you can make it longer and make it with more days, we'll be appreciating that. So today, it's event is 5 days and it's nearly double the distance. It was 1,000 kilometers last year. It's 1,600 kilometers this year. And we are doing 5 days, not 3. A small video about the route. So it's 1,600 and the first stage will be Al-Ula and it's 334 kilometers. And then the second day will be Al-Ula Ha'il, nearly 500 kilometers. And then the third day will be Ha'il, which is familiar for those who came last year because this was the start last year. It's 270 kilometers. And then we have the fourth stage and the final is Ha'il Al-Qasim, and it's 180 kilometers. كثير لا احتاج اقولها بالعربي. كثير احد الاسئله؟ اوكي، هنا بالضبط للتفاصيل شويه بالخريطه بس عشان تشوفوا وين المراحل هذه في المملكه. This is a small diagram so you have the feeling of where these stages are in Saudi Arabia. So we have 1,600 kilometers nearly. It's a little bit less than that. 2 days in Al-Ula. Al-Ula is north of Saudi Arabia. It's located here where my cursor is. And then we have Al-Ula. Al-Ula is the first stage. And then we have 2 days in Ha'il. So you go from Al-Ula to Ha'il, where we'll have 2 days in Ha'il. And there is Ha'il stage. And finally, we will travel from Ha'il to Al-Qasim, where the rally will finish in Al-Qasim. حنتحرك زي ما قلت إنه حنبدأ من العلا السنة هذه، وحيكون عندنا مرحلة العلا حنجلس يومين في العلا، وبعدين حننتقل من العلا إلى حائل، حنجلس يومين في حائل، وبعدين حننتقل من حائل إلى القصيم، وحيكون آخر يوم في القصيم. حنكون نحن في ما ادري اذا احد يعرف في العلا في كثير من الفنادق اللي هي تستخدم الكامبينج او الكلامبينج اللي هو اللكجري كامبينج. نحن ما احنا لكجري بس رحنا للمكان اللكجري وعملنا فيه الكامب حقنا اللي حيكون اول يومين كامبينج وبعد كده بالفنادق اللي هو فندق ملينيوم ومافنبيك في القصيم. We are camping in Al-Ula. There is a campsite for us or a bivouac, and for the 2 days in Al-Ula, and then we will have hotels in Ha'il, which is the Millennium, for 2 nights, and then finally we'll have the hotel Movenpick Breda in Al-Qasim. And very fast again, we have Thursday, 7th of March, we have Al-Ula, and it's a bivouac in 26 North Clamping Hotel. And Wednesday, March 8th, 20th in Al-Ula again, in the same place. And then Thursday, March 9th, we'll be in Ha'il, March 10th in Ha'il, Millennium Hotel, and Saturday, March 11th, will be in Al-Qasim. Now, what do we do in each day? I will go very fast. This information will be available for everybody on a link on the website after 2 days exactly. So I would invite everybody to actually look at it and see it in details. On the 25th, which is tomorrow, all this information will be in the regulations, which will be uploaded in our website. Amir, where is Amir? 25th. Tomorrow we have to upload the regulations. Make sure to say to Khalid to upload it tomorrow. And this would be also including in the regulation that the program will be included. نتكلم بسرعة عن البرنامج حقة اليوم بالكامل في كل من أيام الرالي. فيه تفصيل كثير أنا ما حدخل فيه بالتفاصيل هنا، لكن أعزم كل واحدة فيكم تدخل على الويب سايت بكرة يوم 25 حتكون في الأنظمة والقوانين حق السباق، ومن ضمن المعلومات اللي موجودة في الأنظمة والقوانين اللي هو البرنامج اللي موجود هنا الآن. عموما في 7 مارس اللي هو بداية يوم التسجيل والكشف على السيارات، يبدأ من الساعة 7 الصباح إلى 9 في الليل. نحن we open الرالي أوفيس اللي حيكون في الهيد كورتر اللي في نفس الكامب من 7:30 إلى 6 إلى 16. You have to check the time.
I'm not checking the time. You carry on.
Okay, I have half an hour.
I think so.
Okay, and 8:30 to 6 o'clock we have scrutineering and marking in the cars اللي هو الكشف عن السيارات من 8:30 إلى 6. الوقت هذا يعني انتم ما حتستخدموه بالكامل طبعا، اللي يعني وقتها حتروح تكشف على سيارتك وتخرج، باقي اليوم يكون يعني مفتوح، ممكن تعمل فيه اي شيء تقريبا هناك. من 9 إلى 10 حيكون الميديا سنتر برضو مفتوح. الساعة 6 الفيرست ستيوردز ميتنج اللي هو الحكام، أول اجتماع للحكام عشان يشوفوا الناس اللي مشاركين اللي كلهم عدوا الفحص الفني وعدوا التسجيل. تجينا واحدة مثلا رخصتها منتهية أو حاجة زي كذا، ففي أحيانا يجوا أوراقهم مو كاملة، فيكون في مثلا أحد متخلف أو شيء زي كذا، متخلف عن الرخصة طبعا، إنه ما هو رخصته ما هي
ايوه
بس يعني فندي فرصة لين يعني إنه كل واحد يجهز على الفيرست ستيورد ميتنج أو أول اجتماع للحكام هو اللي يقرر مين يبدأ ومين ما يبدأ باختصار. بعد كده برضو هيكون في نفس الوقت هذا اللي هو نشر كتيب الطريق حقت أول يوم، اللي هو فيه البيانات حق المسار. من 8:30 إلى 7 هيكون في مؤتمر صحفي هيحضروا فيه المدعوات اللي نحن ندعوهم، بس كلكم ترى معزومين تحضروا، لكن اللي يكونوا على الستيج في يتحددوا حسب اللجنة اللي في السباق، هي تحدد مين اللي يكون موجود في المؤتمر الصحفي. الساعة 8:30 أنا آسف، الساعة 6:30 كانت الببليكيشن اوف ستارت ليست اللي هي مين يبدأ. 8:30 اللي هو الكتيب الطريق توزع، ومن 9 إلى 10 تركيب الGPS والتراكينج سيستم اللي موجود اللي حيكون في كل سيارة موجودة. I'll go very fast in English. This is 7th of March will be for registration and scrutineering. I will not go through all the items. You can gladly visit our website tomorrow on the 25th, and our regulations will be uploaded. They have included the program is included in these regulations, and you can go through them, but I'll go very fast. We will open Raleigh office from 7 till 9 o'clock in the evening, and then we'll have administrative checks from 7:30 until 6, and then 8:30 till 4, and 8:30 till 6 we have scrutineering, and from 9 o'clock to 10 we have the opening of the media center. On 6 o'clock the meeting. 8:30 will be publication of the list of competitors eligible to start. 8:30 we'll have a publication of the start list of leg 1. 8:30 to 7 o'clock we'll have the pre-rally press conference that all of you are invited to attend, but the related committee and the rally will choose who actually will be on the podium on that press conference. From 9:30 until 8:30, we have drivers and team briefing, and this is very important for everybody to attend. Finally, we have the issuing of the road book for leg 1, and from 9 till 22 is the GPS tracking navigation devices to be or training for that session and installing them on the cars. 8th of March, we'll open the rally office from 7 a.m. 7 to 3:30. We have 8:30. We have another scrutiny for those who did not pass the first day. So we'll give them another chance to fix whatever faults they have in their cars and then come and re-scrutiny their cars the second day. 8:30 to 22, we'll have opening the media center. 8:30 to 9:30, we have the pre-commercial start, holding. So everybody will go to, I don't know if you're familiar with the field, the elephant rock. We'll hopefully start from the elephant rock and then go from there to the first stage. So exactly 10 p.m. Will be the official start, and we cannot be late. If anybody is late, he'll start accruing penalties. Last year, a lot of the competitors did actually very good on the stage. They messed up with the timing. So when they finished the stages, they took their time and maybe went for a hubbly or something on the way back, or went to a restaurant, and they did not clock in the right time. So they occurred a lot of penalties for that all their hard work was gone in vain because they did not come to the right time. So today we have Sandili, who will be really giving a detailed how to use the time card and be very punctual in the rally, because this is a very big secret to win. So I just wanted to remind you again and how important is timing. So approximately 4:40, we'll finish the leg 1, which is the high Lola stage. 7:30 will be the publication, the unofficial classification for leg 1. At 8 o'clock will be publication of the start leg 2, the start list of leg 2, and 8 to 9 o'clock will be issuing the road book. بالعربي سريعا، الساعة 7 يفتح المكتب، 7 ل 8:30 بنعمل إعادة فحص للسيارات اللي ما نجحت في أول يوم. 8:30 ل 9:30 حيكون في التجمع لأن احنا ندخل للبداية. البداية حتكون عن جبل الفيل بإذن الله. الساعة 10 تماما يبدأ السباق، وبرضه ما نبغى أحد يتأخر، على أساس إنه أي تأخر حياخد المتسابق حتاخد بنالتي. وكثير من السنة اللي فاتت الصراحة عملوا نتائج مرة ممتازة في المرحلة الخاصة، لكن ما احترموا الوقت اللي هو ياخذهم من المرحلة الخاصة إلى موقع الصيانة، فأخذوا وقت كبير جدا عقاب اللي هو البنالتي يسموه، وخسرهم السباق. فما نبغى إنه نحن نغلط نفس الغلطة. معانا الأخت سنديلي هنا اليوم، راح تكون هي مسؤولة عن تدريب كيف تتعاملوا مع الوقت، لأنه هو تقريبا أهم شيء في الرالي. 7:30 راح يكون في النتائج المبدئية حقت أول يوم. الساعة 8 الستارت ليست حقت بداية ثاني يوم. من 8 إلى 9 حيكون ايشنج الرود بوك. نفس الشيء 9 نفس التفصيل، نفس الشيء 11 ما عدا يوم 11 ما عدا بعد كده لما نوصل هنا. من بعد ما نوصل هنا حيكون عندنا الستيوارت ميتنج اللي هو الساعة 6 اللي هو اجتماع الحكام اللي قرروا فيه الفائزين. وبعد كده الساعة 7 حنروح على البوست رايلي بريس كونفرنس اللي هو المؤتمر الصحفي النهائي. من 9:15 إلى الساعة 8 بري فينيش سيرموني هولدنج اريا. برضه زي ما سوينا في البداية حيكون في منطقة نتجمع فيها قبل ما نطلع الرامب اللي هو حيكون الساعة 8:30 بالضبط، وحيكون إن شاء الله في أمين المنطقة. بعد الرامب هنروح على جالا دينر في فندق الموفينج بيك. Very fast, I'll say we said that other days, which is 9th and 10th, are the same nearly. 11th different is here after we finish the rally on this day. There will be a steward meeting to decide the winners of the event and the classifications. And then at 7 o'clock, we'll have the post-rally press conference. Again, you're all invited. And the committee will choose who, of course, the winners will go into that press conference. And from 7:15 to 8 p.m., we have the holding area for the pre-finish ceremony before we go into the finish or ceremonial ramp, which is 2 sections. We have a ramp, and then we have a gala dinner in the hotel, which both locations are very close to each other. Similar to last year. Now we go to the sections in the rally. We have something just to show you from last year. We have the administrative checks just to familiarize how it's going to look. So we have a table that everybody comes to and register for the rally and get to their paperwork and get their numbers for their cars to stick it on their cars. And then in scrutineering, the scrutineers or المهندسين, they will help you to inform you how to do the stickers for those who doesn't know, and will check their cars that they are street legal, and they'll put a pass sticker on the car that the car is eligible to start. And then you have a press conference. This is how it will look. And then the ceremony will start. Basically, VIP will come to give the flag to flag the start, and then the gala dinner is a nice party that everybody attends and get their trophies. Vehicle selection. So as you know, we have 6 type of cars. It's very simple. We have the PT. The PT is the cars that have a transfer box, and AW is all-wheel drive that does not have a transfer box. Very simple. And I will show you what is the transfer box in a minute. And then we have a group which is PR, promotion class, that is not included in the results. بسرعة أتكلم هنا على الفئات. الفئات عندنا PT 4 و6 و8 سلندر. هذه البي تي معناتها السيارات اللي فيها الجير الثقيل أو الدبل. الاي دبليو اللي هي اول ويل درايف أو السيارات ذات الدفع الرباعي اللي ما فيها ترانسفير بوكس، وهذه حوريكم أمثلة عليها الحين. وعندنا الجروب الأخير اللي هو البي آر اللي حيدخلوا فيه يعني المشاهير مثلا اللي هم هذول النتائج حقهم ما حتكون موجودة، حيكونوا بيتسابقوا ضمن مجموعة لحالهم. هذه مثلا أمثلة على اللي هم اللي فيها ترانسفير بوكس من سيارات تويوتا. طبعا اللاند كروزر الكبير، التويوتا البرادو، التويوتا الفورشنر، هذه كلها فيها لو جيرز. هذا اللو جير اللي تشوفوه هنا، this is the low gear transfer box. So the cars that have this is called PT. Again, from Toyota examples, all-wheel drive is something like the Toyota Highlander, Toyota RAV4, or the Toyota CHR. And from non-Toyota cars, we have an example of the PT 6 cylinders, مثلا اللي هو الجيب Wrangler. The PT, the all-wheel drive 4 or 6 is the Porsche Macan. The Mazda all-wheel drive 4. So this is تقريبا السيارات اللي هي هذا. ما أظن ما يحتاج أقولها بالعربي، واضحة مظبوط. طيب الكار بريباريشن زي ما نحن قلنا، السيارات اللي بس تستخدم بالطريق العام، اللي مسموح لها تستخدم بالطريق العام، هي اللي تقدر تشارك. أي سيارات معدلة فيها رول كيج أو فيها أي زيادات في الانجنز أو في أي شيء، إذا كانت ستريت ليجل تدخل، إذا ما كانت ستريت ليجل ما تدخل. يعني مثلا أحد حاطط سيارة مرة عالية، إذا هذا كان المرة عالية يعني ممنوع، وهذه الزياده الجديده اللي نحن طورناها السنه هذه. يعني كانت كثير في مشاركات يقولوا نحن يعني سياراتنا مرفوعه شويه عن الارض، يعني نحن حاطين لها سسبنشنز يعني جديده او شيء. فنحن كنا معهم السنه اللي فاتت، السنه هذه لا، ما دام انها هي تمشي في الشارع ممكن يجوا فيها في الرالي. طيب كيف نعرف اذا تمشي في الشارع ولا لا؟ عندنا الريجوليشنز حقت الشارع في السعوديه مثلا لازم الارتفاع يكون 5 سم ولا 6 ولا وات ايفر يعني. فنحن نجي الفاحصين يجوا يشوفوا هذه التفاصيل، واذا كانت غلط ما يعدوا السياره. very simple car preparation. Only street legal cars are allowed in this event. No roll cages permitted. No need for roll cages. Competitors are free to use whatever tires they want, as long as it is street legal. It is recommended to have a minimum of 2 spare tires. مرة مهم جدا إنه تكونوا عارفين إنه صحراء وممكن يكون عندك إذا بنشرتي يكون عندك كفر سبير، إذا بنشرتي مرة ثانية حتورطي. فنحن ننصح، مو لازم بس ننصح إنه يكون في كفرين استبناء. وطبعا الكفرات مفتوحة، تقدر تنقي الكفر اللي تحتاجيه. وانا اقترح انه مثلا بالذات السيارات اللي زي البورش الكاين والحاجات هذه اللي لو بروفايل we recommend that for the rally they change and put different tires and rims to give them more space, because the low profile tires will be very sensitive to rocks. ممكن السيارات اللي لها كفرات صغيره وما فيها مساحه كبيره اللي هي اللو بروفايل، والله بالعربي ما اعرف ايش يسموها، بس تكون المساحه بين الجنط والكفر قليله جدا. كل ما المسافه مكان نحن نقترح انه يكون اللي سياراتهم زي everybody selected their co-drivers but very fast. What is the 7 things that you have to be a good co-driver? I think resistance against motion sickness. يعني إذا أنت كنت لما تتحرك يجيك sickness, we recommend that you take a tablet before you start the event. A tablet of sickness. Okay. Sense of rhythm. يعني لازم أنت كمساعدة تدخلي مع السائق بريدم أو يعني تدخلي معاها تناغم، بالتناغم على اساس انه التناغم حيخليكم تعملوا performance احسن. Yes. طيب being good and sharp physically you have to be fit because you might need to change tires and things like this, so you need to be fit. Organizational skills او الترتيب في المهام وطريقه كيف تكتب الاوقات، وهذا مهمه جدا ككو درايفر انك انت تكوني دقيقه جدا في هذه الهاف مينتس. الدرايفنج سكيلز كمان مهم جدا ان تكون الكو درايفر عندها رخصه وتقدر تسوق، عشان لا سمح الله الدرايفر تعبت شويه او يعني صارت تبغى ترتاح شويه، الكو درايفر تقدر تغطي. وبينج رايتر هذا اذا كانت تبغى مره تتطور عاد وتدخل سباقات، ان هي تقدر تكتب رود بوك مثلا، كيف تقدر تكتب المساحات، كيف تقدر تقيس، هذا مهم جدا. والكيمستري طبعا انا كنت اقول لهم انا اجلس مع الكولايفر حقي كنت اكثر من زوجتي واكثر من الاهل في البيت، لانه بنصرف وقت مره كثير. فاذا ما كنا متناغمين وكنا عندنا كيمستري مع بعض كانت تصير مشاكل كثير، وممكن احنا نتضارب وتصير النتائج سيئه. Again, in English very fast. These are the 7 things that you need to be a good car driver. You need to resist motion sickness. You have to have a sense of rhythm, being in good shape physically. You need to have organizational skills and how to read, and you know how to read road books. You need to have driving skills just in case the driver wants to rest a little bit, then you can take over. To know how to actually write the information on your road book, on your time card and so on. And finally, you need to have chemistry with the driver. If you don't have chemistry, it will not be a fun enjoyable event. Now, finally, I'm sure, alhamdulillah, there is a lot of drivers now who have sponsors. And we noticed last year for those who had sponsors, and we want to just develop the way you should treat your sponsors. Now, I made this very clear because most of my business is about sponsorship. And I take this opportunity to thank them, not only a sponsor, but they're a founder also, Abdul Latif Jamil, for giving us this opportunity to do this event. So, like now, you see, I had any chance that you have to say thank you to the sponsors, please take it and don't be shy. Anytime you can do it, just do it because this is what they want. Okay, ensure that you give them the best service provided and the most completed in a professional manner. Try to provide additional services that were not contracted. For example, some example for that. If you are called to do an extra event for them, do it even if it's not in the contract. Represent your sponsor in the best way, and this in appearing with your team, wearing the same, not the co-driver is wearing a shirt and the driver wearing another shirt. It's better to be team clothing. If you don't have that, at least the same color of shirts, at least. If you're wearing pink, let both of you wear pink. If you're wearing white, let both of you wear white, and so on. Speaking about how to speak about your sponsors in each opportunity you get, even if it's not in front of the press. And thank your sponsors like what I did now in any opportunity that you get. قلناها بالعربي. This is for me. تقريبا أنا كده انتهيت. هناخد أسئلة وأجوبة بعدين في آخر الحصة، لكن الآن انتقل أسئلة. تفضل. بما إنه مسؤول عن الرعايات فعنده مداخلة. For those who are online, sorry, he was the sponsor. He was not supposed to have this speech, but anyway, he did it. We thank him for that. It's our sponsor from Abdul Latif Jamil. He's just saying, explaining, if you could not hear him, and how treat the sponsors and explaining to everybody that basically you need to have a long-term strategy and have a good presentation to present if you want a serious relation with the sponsor. Now we will transfer to Fraser to give you desert driving skills the section, and we'll give him the mic. Thank you very much, and that's it for me.
Right, I've got this properly attached. Thank you very much, Abdullah. Most of what I say, in fact, practically everything that I will say will be in English. I'm afraid my Arabic is very, very rusty. Those of you who have been on the event before, I think will find that the next section that we're doing is going to be familiar. If you are familiar with what I'm saying and what we're going to be talking about, then treat this as a refresher. That's the easiest thing to do. If you haven't seen it before, then my recommendation would be to listen and ask questions when you need to, and don't bother taking any notes on what I have. This will all be available, and a lot of it is second nature. Alex is looking after some of this with me, and we'll probably chop and change a bit. Preliminarily, she's going to be my lovely assistant with the button, because I tend to walk about a bit. Before we get on to the desert driving skills, I'd just like to cover up on a couple of things that Abdullah said, just to spread and have an idea of what the responsibility is. We had some stories, as Abdullah said, about people getting to the end of a stage and then thinking, phew, let's go and have a cup of tea or a shisha or something. There's an old adage in English: the job isn't finished until the paperwork is done. Okay? So when you get back from whatever it is you're doing and you get to the end of the stage, make sure that your paperwork is finished before you go on to anything else. And yes. Thank you very much. Yes, just the points that I needed. I think probably the easiest thing is that if anybody needs a specific translation of anything, then just stick your hand up and then we'll pass it to Zahra. If you are okay with what I'm saying and what comes up on the graphics, then we'll just roll through this as best we can. But if you have something that you really need explaining again, then we'll work that way. And that makes your job a bit easier, and it will make my job a bit easier. And it will mean Abdullah can go on and do other things. Yes, get some work done. So on the rally, you have to remember that the navigator in the car is the boss. The driver's job is to drive the car. But the driver's job is to drive the car in accordance with the navigator's instructions. So if the navigator says drive, you should be in the car and driving. If the navigator says left or right or stop or slow down, it's because they know more than you do, because you're concentrating on the driving and they know where you're going, what's coming up next. As a driver, you're not expected to know the route. The navigator's job is to know the route and to pass that information to the driver so that the driver can concentrate on the driving. Now, earlier in the film that we saw, I don't know if it was on this clip or not, but there was one picture of a car hitting a ramp and then taking a very bad bounce on the other side of the ramp. This rally is 5 days. You are not going to win it in the first hour. It isn't about how fast you can go, and we'll cover that in a minute with the driving. It's about how consistent you can be, how accurate you can be, and how sensibly you drive the car for the conditions that you are in. Don't proceed if you can't see. Don't go diving over something if you're not sure what's on the other side. All you'll do is break the car. And if you break the car, you have no chance of winning. Okay, Alex, shall we start? And let's see what we've got. So, as the slide says, don't bother writing anything down. It's a beginner's guide to driving off-road, and we're going to cover getting stuck, getting unstuck, and the tools and skills that you will need essentially for sand driving. So Alex and I will discuss that together. And the introductions kind of already been done because you've got Alex who is introducing, and some of you will know Alex from last time as well. How many of you here were on the event last time round? Can you just raise your hands? 1, 2, 3, 4, about half. Yeah, about half of you. So half are friends and half are new, and then everybody who's online. So I'm guessing about the same half and half. So the titles that we'll work under were shown there, and the first one is safety. So let's do that first. There's a few things here that you keep essential. I'm going to start moving around now because I get bored if I'm sitting still. So there's a few things here that we need to have. I noticed today particularly that although it's only February, sunscreen is going to be pretty important for you. Insect repellent is probably a good idea, and you must have a fire extinguisher in your car. Make sure that you have at least one and that it is within reach of the driver or the navigator. That's very, very important. And we're going to come to some other things that are important as we go along. These are essential items. And if you haven't got them in your car, make sure that you get them, Alex. We cannot begin to express how important staying hydrated is. Not to put too depressing a picture on it, I did a report, a booklet not long ago about driving in the desert, and I took the advice of my doctor, and I said to him, how much water do you actually need if you're going out into the desert? And he said, it's not as how much you need, it's how much you consume. And the regularity with which you consume it in order not to dehydrate. People who die in the desert do not die of dehydration because of lack of water. They die of dehydration because the process of dehydration starts the body to shut down the components that it uses. So your liver, your kidneys start to shut down. And what you die of is blood poisoning. And that can take as little as 8 hours. So, not to be depressing, very, very important that you carry as much water as you reasonably can in the car. And make sure that you drink it on a regular basis. You'll be surprised how little you need to get rid of. Most of it will be absorbed. What isn't absorbed will come out as sweat. It's quite rare, and Alex will certainly be able to tell you possibly later, but it's quite rare to actually need to stop to go to the toilet when you're outside like this, because the water that you're consuming is being absorbed, and is the little that's left over is being sweated out. So water, very, very important. And as it says here, you need at least 3 litres per person per day as a minimum in normal circumstances. You're going to be in a hot car, you're going to be in hot conditions, you're going to be in these conditions for quite a long time. So from a point of view of our initial discussions on safety, this is one of the most important things to do. You must make sure there's enough room in the car for the water and you can access it. Thank you. Charge your phone. and bring a charger that works. Bring spare cable. Load the car up with whatever extra accessories you need in order to be able to keep phones charged. You'll have a system in the car, which Carlos is going to talk about later. You'll have road books. There'll be lots of other things going on. But the main thing you need to do is to be able to keep in contact. If something happens to you, you need to be able to find you. Okay. So going into preparation, we talk about tires, first of all. Now, those of you who've been on this before know about tires. We'll do some more on tires outside later in the day, letting the tires up, letting the tires down, showing what the difference is. But this is not rocket science. It doesn't matter what pattern of tire you're using, whether you've got a road pattern or a chunky off-road pattern. The principle is the same. Look at the book in the car and half the recommended pressures. That's usually enough for sand. It leaves you a little bit of margin if you get stuck and you need to soften a little bit more, but it's usually enough. So half the normal pressure, 16 to 18 psi is about half in most books. You go further down to 10 if you need to for serious issues. Don't go below 10 because your steering flex the tire, and if it unseats, then you're completely finished. You have to do very clever things, and only if you're lucky. There is a way of reinflating a tire that has come off the rim with the WD-40 and all that, but in sand that doesn't actually work. Yeah, but if you need, we'll do a tire change as well, because this is one of the things that also came up from a discussion that we had earlier, is that if you have a flat tire, you have to fix it. You can't ask for somebody else to fix it. You can't stand at the side of the road looking helpless and get somebody to come along and fix it, or stop a policeman or a truck full of batons and say, right, fix this for me, here's money. That's a penalty. You are responsible for making the car work and keeping it going, which means you have to get your hands dirty. You have to get on with it. And that's why when we do equipment, I'll tell you how important a pair of gloves is. So to let the tires down, or if you are off-road and you need to let them down a little bit further, there are lots of things that you can use. There's the valve remover and auto deflators and, you know, a pump with a pressure gauge and all the rest of it. But if you're out in the middle of nowhere and you find that things are getting difficult, you think a little bit more air out of the tire, just use a stick. All you need to do is put the stick down the valve stem, 60 seconds. That should give you an extra couple of pounds down. Yeah. Don't be worried about having all sorts of technical stuff. Yes. I was going to do that later, but that's okay. Thank you for reminding me. I was going to do that outside with the use of a couple of plates, which we'll have to find just to show you what the difference is. So, and you've got a compressor on board, or you should have. I think there's a compressor in the kit. There is a compressor. It's okay, don't open it just now. We'll have a look at it later, as long as you get a compressor. Right, Alex, thank you. Okay, so the other thing on equipment is gloves. Now, I don't know if they're in the kit, but get 2 pairs of gloves, one for each of you. You would be very surprised just how hot wheel nuts get if you have to remove them. because remember that you might have the spanner and all the rest of the stuff, but you've still got to get down and get that last bit off so that they don't lose themselves in the sand. They're very, very hot. I have been burned before without doing a rally, just on a normal day out. So 2 pairs of gloves, one for each of you, and get heavy ones, big canvas ones, all right? Almost essential. Absolutely, sorry, always essential. And finally, on equipment, I think we have here is how important it is to get things tied down in the car. All that water, anything that's lying around the car. There is an old, and I don't know if we did this last year or not. There is an old Volvo advertisement. Sorry, it just happens to be them because they invented the seatbelt. And it shows a child in the back of a car, child of about 5 years old. So you assume maybe 20, 30 kilos, something like that. Certainly much less than me. Unrestrained in the back of the car, in an impact with a solid object at 30 kilometers an hour. So similar to a bad landing over a sand dune. A bad landing. A child of 5 years old assumes the mass of a baby elephant, and it doesn't stop moving because it's unrestrained. You do because you're in the front and you've got your seatbelt on. But anything that's loose in the back is going to keep going at the speed you are doing. So it's very, very important that you get everything tied down, put away safely, and locked into position. Water bottles, telephones, anything, even a small tin of bug spray at 30 kilometers an hour is going to give you a very bad mark on your shoulder. Yeah? So make sure everything has got a place and you keep it in the place and you keep it locked down. Okay. Use tie-down straps, secure stuff, do whatever you can, but everything turns into a missile if you have a bump, all right? Keep your recovery equipment in an accessible place, but get everything strapped down, okay? Right, theory. Abdullah's already talked about 4x4, about part-time, about all-wheel drive, and so on and so forth. Irrespective of whether you have a vehicle with a transfer, is anybody asking any questions yet? Are we okay with my Scottish accent? Yes. Nobody's looking as if I don't need translation. Usually I have a translator who translates from the Scottish to the English. It doesn't matter whether you've got, sorry? Well, that's why I've asked if everybody's okay. If we want main points in Arabic, we can do that as well. Is everybody all right? I can't tell for the, sorry about the online people, I don't know. Right. So if everybody's okay, we'll carry on. Whether you have transfer case or all-wheel drive, full-time, or you know what, anything at all, the key to your forward movement will always be momentum, okay? And the only way you can maintain momentum is to stay in high range. So you want to be up on top of the sand and moving along smoothly on top of the sand. Low range is, if you like, double gear in this part of the world. That's your emergency gear. That's the one that you're using to walk yourself out of a soft spot or to work your way over some difficult rocks. You need to try and stay in high gear as much as possible. And the secret to keeping moving is exactly that. Keep the car moving. If you stop, it's a great amount of effort to get the car moving again. Even if you don't sink, because you're changing what's happening from a rolling wheel to a spinning wheel. You stop. You've got to start again. So if you're driving and there's something in front of you that you're not sure of, slow down where you can until you can see it, and then gently accelerate on. Don't go up and do a sudden stop. I've often found myself in the desert not sure of what was on the other side of something, so I'll have gone up on the driver's side and I'll have had a look over the edge and then done a nice big slow and then come back up again knowing where I have to go. But it's better to do that than it is to stop, have a look and try to restart again. Restarting is the most difficult bit. When we go out in the afternoon to do a more practical version of this discussion, then you'll see why. Front and rear lockers, I don't think you're going to have that in many of the standard cars. One or two may have them. If you have a locking rear diff and a locking central diff, as some of the Toyotas have, then use them. Just use them straight away. And get into four-wheel if you have the choice. The moment you move off tarmac,
Porque me acaba de empezar una reunión por
don't wait. It isn't clever to drive in two-wheel drive when you should be in four-wheel drive. Yes, it can be very entertaining and doing all the sideways stuff with the rooster tails. It looks wonderful for the camera, but it isn't good for the car. You're putting double the strain on prop shafts, half shafts, higher walls, especially on low pressures and all of that. As soon as you're off tarmac, four-wheel drive, straight away. Don't run the risk of putting too much pressure on one axle when you should be sharing it with both axles. Is that clear? Does that make enough? Is that making enough sense? You're looking at me as if I'm thinking he's talking in tongues. You're okay because you've done all this before. Everybody okay? Yes. Yeah. Newcomers, making sense? Sure? Yes. Right. Okay. Just like to check. Okay. Some of these still apply to your sort of normal weekend warrior driving out stuff, but some of them also apply on the rally. There will be times on the rally when you come up close to another competitor because they're going slow or you're going fast. Leave the space. Always leave the space. The closer you get to the car in front, the more risk you are at. If they stop suddenly and you can't, you're responsible for the accident. Front of your car is more likely to take you out of the rally than the back of their car. Yeah, that's fairly evident. You can't see the closer you get to the car in front, especially if you're in gravel, because it will be dusty. And you're at greater risk of having a broken windscreen because of flying stones. So if you come up behind someone, have the sense just to hang back until there's an opportunity to overtake. The navigator in the car is responsible for what's going on round about. And if you see somebody who's going faster than you, it isn't clever to block them. It doesn't make any sense to hold anyone else up. It might be that that person is going much too fast. Better you keep out of the way and let them carry on and crash somewhere else rather than crash into you. So don't hold anyone up. Hang back, wait for the opportunity. If you are waved on, then take that opportunity. But don't crowd the car in front of you. It doesn't do you any good. And as I said at the beginning, 5 days, you're not going to win the rally in 2 minutes. And those 2 minutes that you might be delayed are likely to have an impact on your overall position. Get the one in front of you to do some work. If you find yourself in tricky conditions, don't move until you can see that the one in front of you has negotiated the obstacle. So if you're in a series of dips and stuff like that, let that one go. And then when you see it coming up on the next bit, know that it hasn't been stuck. You know that you're not going to crash into it. And you know that the route is clear. Because if they've gone through, you can go through. But if something disappears, ease off. Because you need to know why it has disappeared. Have they broken down? Have they crashed? Have they crashed into someone else? Cindy and I were talking the other night there about a thing on the Paris-Dakar this year, in which she came along and came over a bump, but had positioned herself slightly differently from the tracks. And when she got over the bump to look, there were 5 cars, nose to tail, down the slope, all crashed into one another, all piled up. Now that's a bigger rally and people were going a lot faster and so on and so forth. But the point is that you keep your eyes open and don't use somebody else to help you. Backwards, right one. So we talked about beware of dust, clouds, stones, stuff that can be thrown up. A broken windscreen can be a real nuisance on a rally. It changes your view of things, and if the glass goes, it's going to be very, very uncomfortable, even if you have a full face helmet. On soft tracks, think about where you want to be. Remember that in sand, if the sand is undisturbed, it has a far greater tensile strength. So, in other words, the grains of sand hold together better. As soon as you drive through that surface, those grains have started to separate. So they're no longer locked together by whatever the wind has done, whatever moisture has done. They're no longer tightly woven. So if you could drive outside the bit that's been disturbed. So in other words, if I have 2 tires and I am driving with my 2 tires on these 2 seams on the floor here, and several cars have been through there, and these have become deeper, and the bit in the middle has become higher, and you know that your car is not very high, use the high bits. Move out, it will be more difficult to steer, but sit on the high bits so that the hole that you were supposed to be driving in is under the middle of the car, so there's less risk, and the 2 high bits are easier to drive on. You will have to make adjustments on the steering, you'll be careful of that. But it's better to be out of the railway tracks than in them. The exception to that is if you're going downhill. If you're going down a slope, stay in the railway lines. Keep the wheels straight. Let the car do the work on the way down. But if you're just running through sort of normal tracks, reasonably fast, be prepared to step out of them if it's going to make you more comfortable and it's not going to get too deep and start damaging the front of your car. Any questions on that? We'll do some of this later outside. Okay. You're all looking, does anybody want a break? I mean, we're going to break at lunchtime anyway, and there's prayers and lunch and stuff. Does anyone need a break now? No, you're okay. I'm quite happy to do tea and whatever you want, because I like tea. Right. Basics 3, have we got? No, practice. Okay. So we've talked about some of this stuff already. Momentum being the key, we talked about that. How keeping the car going is the most important thing to keep moving for obvious reasons. The tires need to be on top of the surface. Anyone driven in snow? Yes, one. Anybody else in snow? Two. You have driven in snow. You don't count. Right. One or two of you have driven in snow. Some people have driven in Europe, the States. Driving in snow and driving in sand are very similar because the trick is to do everything deliberately and gently. And we'll demonstrate what happens when that goes wrong later when we go outside. But you want to try and stay on top of the sand. You want to try and corner and brake and accelerate as smoothly as possible. If you go past me and I can read the pattern of your tires, then I know you're driving properly because you're on top of the sand and you're making the pattern. If I can't read the pattern of your tires, it means you're probably trying to accelerate too hard or too quickly, or you've got the wrong tires on. So if I can't read it, it means you're not on top of the sand and you're cutting through like a boat. So what we want to do is keep on top. And you can practice this in the few days that you have left before the event. Go out into the sand, drive around, stop, get out, have a look. Can you see your tread pattern? If you can see your tread pattern, you're doing all right. If you can't, you probably need to slow down. You probably need to turn less aggressively. It makes all the difference. Okay? So we need to be on top of the surface. Stay high range, we already discussed that. And low range is good if you get stuck. And we'll look at that later as well. We'll probably take a car out, we'll probably get it stuck, and we'll look at evaluating that and see what happens. Okay. That's pretty much what I've just said. You see the bit about not fighting the steering wheel. What I mean by that is that if you are running along a nice track that's easy and the car is running nicely, don't try and fight it. Don't try and steer to the shape of the track. I often do this with people who I'm training for the very first time in conditions that I can control. I'll say to them, right, go into this track and just remove your hands from the steering wheel. By taking your hands off the steering wheel slightly, you can feel the car just doing that by itself in the track. As long as it keeps doing that, then there's no need for you to be steering and fighting the car all the way. Relax behind the wheel, relax your grip, and let the car roll with the shape of the ground so that you're not making work too difficult for yourselves. Yeah? Wide turns as possible. If you don't really do a tight turn, don't do a tight turn. The more rolling resistance you have this way, the more you will dig in. The more you turn, that rolling resistance starts working like a shovel. Good afternoon. We've seen you before. You were here last time, so you've not missed anything. You'll be fine. Good. Right. Next. Just watching my time here. Okay, quite a few important things for inside of the driving element here. Don't drive with one hand across the steering wheel, especially if you wear a big watch. Who's got a watch on? Let's see. Anybody wearing a watch? Yeah, that's a cracker. Anybody else? Right, if you are driving, you've got your hand across the steering wheel when you're driving, maybe you're doing something else. Always keep your hands at what we now say is 2:45. Used to be 10:50. Now it's 2:45 because everything has an airbag, right? So if your hand is across the steering wheel and you're wearing a nice big watch like that, and even worse if you're wearing glasses and you have a bump, remember, you're in the sand, you don't need to have an accident. There doesn't need to be another car involved. You just need to have a bad landing. And a bad landing is often enough to fire the airbags in the car. Now, if the airbag goes off and you're across the steering wheel, that's going to push your watch through the bridge of your nose, right? That's going to be very sore, crash helmet or otherwise. Keep your hands out and keep your thumbs out. Because if your thumbs get inside the steering wheel and you hit a stone, thumbs folded back here are very painful. Thank you very much indeed. That was quite timely. Excuse me. Oh. Right, so driving position, steering wheel, thumbs, hands, all very important. We'll do a driving position and seating position exercise outside, just to show you. You're in standard cars. They're not necessary. They're not rally seats. They're not roll cages. You're not strapped in. You can move around. Most cars have adjustable steering, adjustable seat, adjustable rake, forward, back, up, down, all the rest of the stuff. Why? We're not all the same size. And when we're driving on the road, we need to be able to position ourselves to best control the car. We'll do that outside, but I'll bet you, who are all the drivers? Who are the drivers? 1, 2, 3, driver. Yes, drivers. I bet you none of you is sitting in your car properly. I bet you none of you is sitting in your car properly. So we'll do the exercise later and we'll see if I win and we'll see if you win. Okay? If you win. If you are sitting in your car properly, then I will consider myself to be reprimanded and I will walk back to Dubai instead of taking the plane. How's that? But we'll do that because that's an important exercise and it's equally important for the navigator in order to make yourself A, comfortable, and B, properly braced in the event that you do have an accident. Most people with back pain have back pain because they're not sitting properly in a car. And I've cured many people of back pain just by saying to them, move your seat to there, do this, move the steering wheel, and be in the right place. It doesn't take much, and it's a little bit uncomfortable to begin with because you're doing it wrong. It's a bit like going into a hotel and sleeping in a bed that is not yours. You don't often sleep very well in the first night. Sounds like fun. I wonder if that's a party we should be joining. Okay, the other thing is, when you see here, radios, stereos, air conditioning systems, they all make noise. If they're making noise, they're affecting your hearing. You may have intercoms in the car. Do they have intercoms? Somebody can tell me. Will they have intercoms in the car between helmets or not? No? Okay, so if you haven't got intercoms, then you're not getting a closed loop. So any noise that's made inside the car is going to affect your ability to communicate, but also your ability to hear what's going on. And the car will tell you more about what's going on than anything else. The sound the tires make, if that changes. The sound the engine makes, is it straining? Is it not straining? That's a rippling noise. That means I've got a puncture. Sometimes you don't feel it straight away, but you might hear it first. So give yourself as much advantage as you can about hearing. Switch off the radio and the stereo. You're not, or it's not a disco, it's not a party, it's not a bit of a jumping out. It's you've got a job to do. But the most important thing is any car Any car, doesn't matter what size the engine is, doesn't matter what size the car is, any car will use about 9% of its power just to operate the air conditioning system. So if you have a nice day, air windows open, listen to the car, keep the AC off, it's that 9% of your power is of more value to you going through the wheels than it is keeping you cool. All right. Don't get too hot, don't dehydrate, but bear in mind that you've got a power saving there and you can use that. When you get stuck, if you get stuck, make sure the air conditioning's off then, because you need all the power you can get to dig yourselves out. Okay. Thank you. Theory 2. I can't remember what we're going to do with that. I've got right. Okay. So why do we not change gear going uphill? It's a wee bit more complicated than that. Why does it get stuck? You don't know, right? I'll ask, the first part of your answer is correct, but I'm going to ask somebody else, especially the one doing all the talking at the back here, right? Because you've done this before. So why don't you change gear? Who's the driver? Right. Okay. Why don't you change gear going uphill? Why don't we change gear going uphill in the sand? We don't know. You've forgotten. We did this last time. Anybody want to volunteer?
Because
Goes
you lose
back
momentum.
to what we were talking about before. Momentum. It's all about momentum. Uphill so that it stays there. Remember that who's anybody not driving an automatic? Is everybody in automatic vehicles, automatic gearbox? Yeah. Everybody, you're manual? Shift. Wow. Manual change. Good for you. Same applies. You do, it will make a difference. But in the automatic gearbox, sure, I can wait. Okay. In the automatic gearbox, the gearbox wants to move up the gears as quickly as possible to find the most economic gear. Okay? That doesn't help you going uphill because you need to stay in a gear to maintain your momentum going up. So in the automatic, if you know you've got a hill to climb, come down into third or second, 3 or 2, lock it there and use that to get to the top. Don't let the gearbox take over, because what you will find is that as you roll forward and the car goes up the hill, it will think, oh, that's easy, and it will slow down, and then you'll be stuck or you will be stopped. So don't head out, don't change gear when heading up an upslope. And if you don't make it up, come back. Which kind of car? FJ? FJ? RAV? Bronco? Fortuner? RAV4? Right? Suzu, you went on to your last? Petrol V8, oof, right? Right. Okay. That's that. Okay. Oh, cool. You can lift that one out. That's the great advantage of the Jimny. If you get stuck, the two of you get out, one of you got one end, one of the other, let's just lift it out. It'll be fine. That's exactly how it works. I sometimes get carried away. Who else? Right, Mitsubishi pickup. Yep. Not sure. And you're not driving. Right. How many of you in your cars have a switch on the dashboard that shows a helicopter blade? None of you. None of you. You've got all sorts of other switches, but there's nothing with a helicopter blade. So if the car is not going forward and it's not going backwards, it's not going up. Okay? So the only place it can go, if you keep powering it, is down. All right? And if it's going down, you're just getting more and more stuck. And that's when you will need one of our other pieces of equipment. The trusty shovel. Now, with the trusty shovel later in the afternoon, I will be sure how to use this. I will be sure where to use it, but I will be using it. Okay? So we'll get a car stuck and we'll show you what to do with this. But this is the job, and you can use this or not use it depending on your driving. Doesn't take much to get it stuck. Right, now what else have we got? Don't try to turn the wheels on steep dunes. If you're going down a steep dune, try and make sure that your car is straight ahead. Get a little bit of tape, or if you like, a tie wrap, and put that over the top of the center of the steering wheel when you're in the straight ahead position. Better with a different color, something red or something bright. Trim it carefully so that it doesn't cut your hands, but use that to put round the top of the steering wheel. Because when you're driving like this, through the desert, that will move, but it will move in your peripheral vision. So you always have a bit of an idea of where straight ahead is. You look at some of the more modern supercars and things like Mitsubishi Lancer, Evos and so on. They have a nice black leathery suede steering wheel, and there's a little bit of colour just on the top of the steering wheel. BMW M series, just a little bit of colour stitched into it. That's what it's for. It's to help you see where your wheels are if the conditions are slippery. So in sand, you don't always know where straight ahead is. But if you can see that little yellow thing or that little white mark moving in your peripheral vision, you should be okay. So get one of these, that'll help you. And don't try and turn down a hill, because the car will keep going down. And the more you turn, the steeper it gets, the more the front digs in, and the greater your chance of upside down. So always, as you get to the top of something, have a quick glance down, look for the mark, make sure the wheels are straight, and then proceed. You may have to accelerate downhill in order to control the speed of the car. You're not going to get much from the brakes, so use the gearbox on the way down. All right? Any questions on that? It's a wee bit technical, even for me. Any questions? Nobody's asked any questions at all, except Abdullah trying to get me to stand. Why do you keep pointing at me? Sorry? Are there any? I can't hear them. Right, are there any questions? If you have questions, have we got any questions?
Hey, I'm online. Can you guys hear me?
Oh, will they type them in? Right, for those of you who are online, is that correct? Yes. But if you have any questions, send them to Abdullah and he will pass them to me or to paper, or we'll answer them. We'll get to them over. Right. Any questions in here? No? We're okay? Right. Go back. Yeah. So, last one there. If you can't make it, then reverse out and reverse out the same way as you went in. So let's assume you've come along and you've done a series of straight lines and stuff, and you've come to the first sand dune. You can see some tracks and know that that's where you want to go. Okay, maybe there's an opportunity to be out of the tracks because of the shape of things at the top. But if you go into the track and it hasn't worked, you don't get over. Stop the car, get into reverse, go straight back, all the way back, straight back. And then try again. But don't try to steer on the way back, because you will end up getting out of sorts and possibly rolling over. And likewise, if you are in a car and you see somebody going up a slope, we talked about it earlier, stay back, watch them go. If they don't make it, they've got space to come back. Let them have. And if it's a series of hills, let them get over the first one and let them, you see them go up the next one. Not the equivalent, okay. Stella. The gearbox at the bottom of the dune, right. I am answering your question, Stella. I am pointed at from the corner of the room. Right, so to answer your question, choosing a gear at the bottom of the hill. So you evaluate the slope and you choose a gear that you think that you will get to the top of the slope without having to make any changes. And the reason for that, particularly in an automatic gearbox, is that automatic gearboxes are designed to get up through the gears as quickly as possible to generate as much economy from the fuel. If you leave the vehicle in drive and you attack the slope, and let's say it's in third or fourth, as you lift off the throttle when the car starts to climb, or as you slow down, the car will want to first of all move up gears as you lift off, and then move back down the gears. So it's going to be moving up and down the gearbox. And for every change it makes in that up and down gearbox movement, you will lose momentum. So it's better to stick to the gear, go up. If it doesn't make it, come down, give yourself a bit more space, have another go in the same gear, see if that carries you. If that doesn't work, come down, give yourself a bit more space, choose another gear and have another go. But don't sit on the slope spinning the wheels, and don't start shifting gears. It's not going to help. And it's not going to help anyone else either. Does that answer your question, Stella? I'll look over for information. Have we got a thumbs up from Stella? We're good. Thank you very much. Good. Okay. What we're going to do now? Yes. So a lot of this is recap on what we just did. Low gear, wheel straight. Use the engine to do the braking, not the foot brake. Let the engine hold the car back going downhill. If you're in the manual gearbox, you're in the manual gearbox. If you're in a manual gearbox at home, do not depress the clutch going downhill. Cannot depress the clutch, because the moment you depress the clutch, and someone will have to wait. Yes, just give me a moment. If you depress the clutch or go downhill, then you've disconnected all power from your control. Because you've disconnected the gearbox, you're not using the brakes, it's going to go. Yeah. So keep the car engaged in gear going downhill, even if you have to accelerate slightly, but don't go down on a depressed clutch. She didn't fail at all. She wasn't asked to do anything. Are you going into now? Okay. Thank you very much. That was done off camera. Do you want to come and? Right, okay. So it was only for the girls here because they're the only ones driving a manual gearbox. Yeah? We're the only ones. Oh, is it automatic? Right. Is anybody driving a manual? No. Right. Forget all that clutch business then. Never mind the clutch business. What a waste of time this clutch business was. Right. Next slide, please. Right. We've kind of covered this as well, but there's the sort of illustrative element to try and help you. What was the question from the other side, from Stella? Is it smart of what? Yes, it's perfectly all right. There's nothing wrong with it. If you find that you need if you're on, for example, a tarmac surface and the car is running away in low gear, then there's nothing wrong with using the brakes. If you use the brakes on a rough surface, then you're going to get very little help from them. Does that answer the question? Stella? Or is there a supplementary? That's no supplementary question. Sure, you can have one. Okay, right. So we've covered some of this stuff already about crossing the slopes at an angle. Why don't we do that? I'll show you later. When we go outside, we'll find a slope and you'll see the difference. Those of you who were with us last time, if you go in and drive and try to drive a slope at an angle, the first thing that happens is the car wants to find its own way down. So instead of driving in 2 tracks on the way in and 2 tracks to start, you finish up with 4 tracks. And because you're finishing up with 4 tracks, you have greater pressure on the side of each wheel, which tends to want to dig the car in. And when the car gets dug in, you have a greater opportunity of it turning over and being upside down. Yes. Yes. Okay. So I'm driving along. I'm in a straight line. Okay. And so my front wheels and my back wheels are making the same path. Yeah. As soon as I try to steer up a slope at an angle, I've changed the position of the rear wheels and the front wheels. The front wheels are going in, but because there's an angle, the car wants to slide. So those 2 front wheels are not being followed by these 2 back wheels because the car is starting to slide. So those 2 back wheels are now making 2 new tracks. Right? And the steeper you go, the deeper these tracks are going to get. And eventually, if you go far enough or you have enough momentum to do it, the pressure on the side of those 4 tires in 4 different places will be enough to stop the car. And if the car is stopped on a side slope, there's a very good chance of it rolling over. Which is why you always go straight up or straight down as far as possible. I think we talked about, of course.
بدأت في الشركة وبدأت السيارة تاخذ وتنزل لحالها الكفرات الأمامية هتعمل تراكتر الكفرات الخلفية وهتعمل تبغى هي تصير تروح تنزل تحت عشان في فلو وفي ميول كبير اللي ما تبي تسويه في هذه اللحظه انك انت توقف البنزين او تطلع فرامل بقوه عشان اول ما تعمل كذا السير حتغرز ومع الثقل حق السير راح تتقلب. فالافضل انك المومنتم وتدرسي قبل ما تطلعي خلي نفسك حاضره انه لو السياره زادت انت ما تخاف وتوقفي تدعسي بنزين زياده عشان تطلع السياره الى اعلى او الى الحد المناسب.
Thank you, sir. Next. Yes. If you remember, if those of you who were here last time, what you need to be doing if you're out and there isn't a track to follow, you're looking for a place to get over a sand dune. What you're looking for is a spoon shape. All right. Does that make sense? So in other words, flat, then a slight curve, a steepening curve, and then going over as smoothly as possible without an edge on it. So it's almost like a spoon. You don't want anything that's that shape to go into. You need something that you can roll into so that your momentum will carry you up the slope as it would on like the bowl of a spoon. If you have anything like that and you try to hit it hard, the car's going to stop or you're going to get very bad bounce on the suspension. If you get a bad bounce on the suspension, the front wheels come off the ground. Why is it called a four-wheel drive? Because they're all supposed to be driving. But if two of them are off the ground or all four of them are off the ground, they're not doing any work at all. They're not driving. So you need to keep contact. And the best way to keep contact is to look for a place where you won't lose it. Look for a smooth way and smoothly over the top. Again, we go. That's fine.
تطلع زي كده تلاقي شويه مايله على اساس انها تاخذ تيجي تسرع في السياره وعندك شويه كثيره اللي تطلعي لازم تكون صوت على اساس انه لا سياره تضرب فيها وجها لوجه تكسر السياره او انك انت تضطر انك ترجع مره ثانيه وتتحاول مره ثانيه. فشوفي من الاول خلي كل شويه انها السياره تقدر تطلعي من غير ما الكاميرات الاماميه تصير او تنتبه السيارات الدفع الرباعي اسمها دفع رباعي. فلازم الكاميرات الاربعه تكون دائما على الارض على اساس ان هي تشغل اي مشكله. فاذا الاثنين صار عندك كاميرين بس هم اللي محتاجين في الرفله حتكون ما هي يعني ما حتكون نقول بالفاعليه اللي هي المفروض تكون فيها. اربع كفرات فلما نشوف هذا الكلام فيه اذا ما عندنا حقيقه صراحه ممتع فما في طلعات صعبه زي هذه كويس ان معلومه بس لما نجي على الجبل لازم المكان الافضل اللي يكون فيه لازم تكون سريع شويه عشان السرعه في الجبل لما نوصل للقمه كمان لازم تروح تسوقي محل يعني شويه مش مضبط مضبط حد يجيب السياره لازم تكون شويه مستيريور على اساس انه يعني غالبا يكون الافضل ان تستخدم ايميل
Thank you very much. Did I say all of that?
I had something.
But what Abdullah is saying is absolutely correct if I understand it, but it goes back to what we talked about earlier. It doesn't cost you anything to stop and look. If you're not sure, find a safe place to stop, get out of the car, have a look. It may cost you 1 minute to stop, get out, have a look, decide that's not safe, but that is. That 1 minute that you spend doing that could save you 15 minutes driving over and having to spend another 15 minutes digging yourself out. So don't hesitate to stop and look if you're unsure before you commit to a slope. Just have a think where you're going. Don't go blindly into it. And most important, don't drive where you can't see. So if there's a vehicle in front, as we said, and it goes up the slope, and it comes down the slope, and it goes up the next slope, it's a reasonable risk assessment for you to follow that track. But if it goes over and disappears, and it doesn't come up the other slope, you can't follow it. You don't know where it's gone. Maybe it's gone another way. Maybe it's stuck. You don't want to land on top of it. So look before you leap is the old saying.
لانه بعد ما السياره الثانيه السياره الثانيه اول شيء ما تعرف تحت الفيلم ايش ممكن تكون سياره واقفه نازله ما تقدر تعمل كنترول على سياره تظلم هي يقول لك خذي وقتك افضل انك تخسري دقيقه تشوفي ايش اللي فيه بعد هذه ولا انك انت تغامري وتعلقي تخسري 15 دقيقه على ما السياره. بس خلي دائما بالك انه هذا يعني فرج اول قبل.
Remember, just on this, the final look at this slide, we will talk about planning the route ahead. Your navigator is going to plan the bulk of your route. They'll be looking at the road book, they'll be looking at where they are, they'll be looking at the conditions. You, as a driver, have the responsibility to look as well. But as a driver, you're looking at 3 different planes. So you're looking ahead to where your navigator is telling you there's a 30-degree right, or there's in 200 meters there's a left turn. You're looking at a middle distance to see that it is safe for you to do that. But also you're looking right down the nose of the car because you want to see what that surface is like. Your navigator is not going to be able to tell you every stone, every rock, but you have to do that. So look ahead, plan your route, see where it is you're going to go to get where it is you need to be. All right, that covers that slide. Thank you very much. Tools and equipment, this one's yours. It is, yes, tools and equipment. We've started with the shovel. Let's open the box. Oh, with the assistance. Excellent. Not sure how much of this is going to be on camera. That's for later. We'll do that later on. We'll just go back. Everybody's asking about the break. We're going to break as soon as we've run through these tools. We're going to break 5 minutes. Unless you want to have the breakdown, I'll do the tools later. It's fine. Yes, finish. Yes, there's lots of sleeping going on over here. There's lots of yawn stifling. Right, we'll get the equipment now. Break and lunch. Yes, for those of you at home, take a break. We're going to be off air for about an hour. Yes? No. Voted. I was outvoted by the girls in this corner here. They said they want to go now. So those of you at home, back here in an hour. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you. And then we'll do Q&A with
Thank you very much. Fire extinguishers. We talked about putting fire extinguishers into the car. There are two in this box. My recommendation is that you get one of them out of the box and get it secured in a position that you can reach it. Is anyone unsure of how to use a fire extinguisher? You pull the silver pin here, pull the pin, hold the fire extinguisher at the bottom, and aim the foam at the base of the fire. Okay, there is no point in standing back and sort of being vague with it. The only way you will put a fire out is either to get rid of the propellant or to get rid of the oxygen. This will get rid of the oxygen. If you put it into the base of the fire, that will put the fire out. Okay, very important, worthy of a translation. Thank you. Yes. Yes, that's quite a useful point to recognize the difference between steam and smoke. The steam is likely to be coming out of the radiator or from a burst hose or something generally towards the front of the engine compartment. If you have a fire, it is more likely to generate black smoke, and that's more likely to be coming from under the car or towards the back of the car. One of the things that's quite important, especially when you're driving around, and we'll be doing some of this later, is to look at where you're going to stop. Because if you have to stop the car to have a look around, it's important not to stop where there is plant life and scrub, because even if it's not particularly hot, the catalytic converter on your cars may become very hot. And I've seen grass fires with hardly any contact on a car. And it's not that the fire is particularly important, but if you don't see it, it will set light to the car. And then it is important that you get the fire extinguishers out. So be careful where you park. Make sure you're on clear, unscrubbed ground. That's a good one. If you're unlucky enough, sorry, go ahead. Yep, shoot. Yes. This is provided as part of the service. Okay, you can hear me, right? Provided. Done? Okay, done. Right, whilst we're on the subject of fire, the shovel's quite handy as well, because if you park on some sort of dry scrub and the scrub grows on fire because of the exhaust system of the catalytic converter, then you can usually douse the fire by shoveling sand over it. If you look at the posters, and whilst that's a graphic that's manipulated, there is nevertheless a lot of sand put from under. That will kill the fire because it takes the oxygen away. If you take the oxygen away, the fire will die. Okay, we'll come back to the shovel later. Okay, so next thing is grouped together. That's the compressor for putting the tires up. That's a fairly easy thing. Plugs into the cigarette lighter, has the pipe, the gauge, or if it's not the cigarette lighter, it will be on the battery leads. Red for positive, black for negative. Usually you get a clue under the bonnet. One of them will be red and one of them will be black. Match them up. The compressor will start and you simply put, I'll show you this later. We'll show you how to do this later. And you put this on to pump the tires up. You can check with this gauge, which is more accurate than the ones here. And you can also use these to let the air out of the tires. But we'll do that practically outside. And then we talked about gloves. So don't forget, there's a pair of gloves here. You might want to think about some heavier duty ones as well. So I'll pop this stuff to one side because we'll use that later. Okay, please. أهلاً وسهلاً. Going to be us. So we'll do some more work on this outside once the heat's gone off the day a little bit. So after the navigation presentation, we'll do some practical. I'll show you how this works, and then you can play around with it a little bit. First aid kit should be fairly self-explanatory. That's got bandages and elastoplasts and things for burned fingers inside that. That's also part of the kit. And the recovery rope. Now, this is quite an important piece of equipment. You have one recovery strap here, and you've got two shackles. We will also look at where you use these on the car, because it's important that these are not used in the wrong places. You can't just go throwing a rope round something under the car in the hope that it will work if you need to be pulled out, because you can do more damage than you might otherwise do if you're not careful with where you put these. And again, we'll look at that on an actual car outside after navigation when the heat's gone. be outside for half an hour. Okay. I'll need these. I'll need them. Leave that there. Last two pieces of equipment which you will get are these two sand ladders and the shovel. You'll use those in conjunction with one another. If you are lucky, you will be able to use this and nothing else. You'll be able to drive the car out, and I'll show you how to think about doing this. Usually, the shovel is the last resort. 9 times out of 10, unless you've done something really silly and really dug the car in, okay? I think take these from me for the minute and I'll do fine here. Okay. Unless you've really dug the car, most of the time, taking 5 minutes to walk around the car and see just how badly stuck it is will save you a lot of effort and a lot of time. In the days when it was not so bad to smoke, my colleagues and I used to call it the cigarette moment. So when a car was stuck, you would get out, you would light your cigarette, and you would walk round the car, having a proper look at it from all sorts of different angles to see whether there was the slightest advantage. So if you were stuck and there was a slight downslope, that's the way you want to recover, to take the momentum off the car. A slight downslope to the back, pull the car out from the back. A slight slope to the side, full lock, steer down. And often you don't need much more than 2 or 3 handfuls of sand away from the tires to give them somewhere to go. Okay. We'll look at that later. As I said, when the sun goes down, we'll go outside. Those of you at home will unfortunately not be linked up to that, but you can ask questions on the subject before we finish here. Then there is the shovel. It can be one of the most dangerous pieces of equipment in your car, because you can do more harm with this than you can good if you dig in the wrong place. Most times what you need to do is to get under the car and clear the sand from its belly, because most of the time the car is sitting and the wheels are there. If you can clear the sand from its belly and give the wheels somewhere to go with a little bit of movement, the car will generally drive out. It isn't as hard work as it looks, and we'll demonstrate it later. That's the last of the pieces of equipment. I've already spoken to you about gloves, extra gloves. I've already spoken to you about repellent and sun cream and all the rest of this stuff. This is another piece of equipment, and probably the final piece of equipment that will help you. These are called, okay. I didn't do them yet. The important thing about recognizing and taking the 5 minutes to walk around the car is so that you don't spend all that time digging something that doesn't need to be dug. You spend the 5 minutes looking at the car first, then deciding, rather than jumping out with shovels and going mad. Take the time. It's worth spending the time to evaluate. If you can't clear with the shovel, then you use the shovel in support of these sand ladders. Now, these sand ladders can last you a lifetime, or they can last you 5 minutes, depending on how you use them. What's very important with the sand ladder is that you get it underneath the front edge of the tire, and that you do not accelerate quickly, because these are fiberglass or plastic. If you accelerate quickly, you will burn the top from them, and they will give you no grip at all. What you need to do is to get them down so that the tires are there, and very slowly use the grip surface that's available and is better than the sand to bring the car up onto them. Okay, and then you can look at where you go from there. I've used sand ladders in pairs like this 10 times in a row to get a car out of a situation where I haven't had enough strength in a recovery vehicle, or no recovery vehicle has been available. It's a lot of work, but it's better than being stuck in the desert for 8 hours. Okay, we'll look at these later as well, but it's very important that you remember that this is a slow driving exercise. Low range, first gear, just turning the wheels and no more, so that it walks up these ramps and doesn't spin. If you spin on here, they're useless. Okay, that is the last of the equipment. I'm going to hand over now to Sindley for the navigation work, and I will come back to you later. We'll go outside, we'll look at the practical applications of some of these tools, and I'll show you how a few things are done in safety. Okay, thank you very much.
Just for me to explain what is the sand ladders for in Arabic. بالنسبة لل يعني آلة، هذا السلم آلة مرة مهمة في الصحراء. يقول هو أحيانا في أماكن لما نعلق تاخذوا يمكن أكثر من 10 حبات زي هذه على أساس إنه يخرج من التغريز. السر في إنك أنت تستخدم هذا الاستخدام السليم هو أول حاجة زي ما قلت لك في الأول، إنك تشوفي إذا السيارة وين الأسهل عليها تخرج، تحفري، تحطي هذه أمام الكفر، ولما تحطيها تحت الكفر ما تضغطي البنزين بقوة عشان لا يلف الكفر عليها ويصير انت ايش راح شغلك هباء. فتحطيها وتحاولي تنزلي تخلي السيارة تمشي بشويش الكفر عشان لا يفحط عليها ويخرب لك الكفر ويخرب لك هذه الساند. ولو تحسوها هتلاقوا انه السيرفس او السطح حقها يعني في دبابيس، على اساس انه مو دبابيس، يعني شوية كده طالع جوز على اساس انه ناخذ الكفر طريق يمشي عليه. ايوه، فاذا انت فحطي عليه او خليت الكفر يدور بسرعه هذا ما صار له فائده. تمام. الان ننتقل للنافيجيشن مع سنديلي. سنديلي مطلوب عند الباب.
I can put this. Okay. Hello. Hello, my name is Cindy Lee. So I'm going to talk to train you about navigation, because this is Rally Jamil is a navigation rally. So first, the objective of the rally for you will be to collect points using a road book and a GPS to find it. Is it clear, or is it better?
The volume.
Like this? Better like this? Okay. So yes, you will have to go.
Yes, speak loudly, please.
Loudly.
Yes.
So you will have to go in the desert. First, excuse my accent because I'm not English speaking. I'm from two countries, Senegal and France. So to go, you will have to collect waypoints using roadbook and GPS. The GPS is the Stella, and Carlos will talk about the Stella later.
Let's translate first. هي بتقول انه اهم حاجه هنا في السباق هذا هو نافيجيشن، لانه السباق ما يحتاج السرعه، يعتمد بطريقه كبيره على النافيجيشن. النافيجيشن هو انك انت تستخدم جهاز الستيلا اللي حيتعلم عليه وتمشي تاخذ النقاط من كل واي بوينتس او نقطه محدده، حتشوفوه كيف يشتغل. بس كل نقطه عليها رقم. الرقم هذا اللي يجيبه كله هو السائق اللي ممكن يفوز في السباق، ولا يعتمد السباق على السرعه.
Okay. Now, some of you know already how to read the road book, but I'm going to come back to the basics. The road book is this kind of books. You will have one of those every day. In every road book, you will have 3 parties or maybe more with liaison first to go from the bivouac or hotel to the start of the stage, then the stage, and at the end, another road book to come back from the end of the stage to the bivouac or hotel.
السباق يعتمد اعتماد كبير على حاجه اسمها الرود بوك. هذا الرود بوك حتستلموه كل يوم قبل السباق، في الليله اللي قبل السباق. هذا فيه عباره عن 3 اجزاء. الجزء الاول اللي يوديكي من بدايه السباق وبدايه المحل ما انت واقفه، اللي اسمه الموقف المغلق، اللي كل يوم تنام فيه السياره وتفضل فيه السياره، يوديكي من ذاك المكان الى بدايه المرحله. وبعدين الثاني اللي هو المرحله الخاصه اللي فيها الواي بوينتس. والجزء الثالث والاخير اللي هو ياخذك من نهايه المرحله الى الموقف المغلق، سواء في نفس اليوم في نفس المكان او حيكون في مكان ثاني لما يكون الرالي في محل ثاني.
Okay, so this road book is the only way for you to find the points and come back. If you lose it, you don't have any. Be careful, don't lose it. So you won't have any help, no maps, no Waze, no Google Maps, nothing. You have to know how to read this. It's not difficult, and I'm going to talk about that.
هذا كتيب الطريق هو الرالي كله. ما عندك لا خريطة ولا عندك أي شيء يديكي معلومات عن الرالي إلا هذا الكتيب. إذا ضاع ما في رالي. فهو هذا أهم حاجة. من الحاجات الغريبة اللي شفتها السنة اللي فاتت إنه المشاركات ما كانوا عارفين هذه المعلومة. ما أدري ليش، لأنه نحن قلناها قبل كده، لكن في بعضهم كانوا يبدأوا السباق في الصباح من غير ما ياخذوا الرود بوك. مسؤولية كل مساعدة إن هي تاخذ الرود بوك لما يجي وقت إنه هي تاخذه، مش مسؤوليتنا نحن نوصل له، هو مسؤوليتها هي تروح، لأنه نحن القانون حقت السباق اليوم مكتوب إنه توزيع كتيب الطريق وين نوزعه، مثلا في الميديا سنتر، فلازم انتم تروحوا للميديا سنتر تاخذوا كتيب الطريق قبل ما تبداوا الرالي. علم المساعده هنا يبدأ بس عشان اعرف 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. اوكي.
Yes, I recommend that you write your race number on it in case you forget it on the table or in a room. And if we find it, we can give it back to you. So me, on all race, I write my race number on it, so I know it's mine.
تنصح كثير انه كل واحدة منكم تكتب اسمها او رقم سيارتها، عشان لما تنساه مثلا هي بتتغدى ولا في محل احد يلاقيه يقوم يعرف هو المين ويرجعوا لكم هو.
Okay. So now the road book is a detailed description of the route followed in a table form. Okay. The sense of reading is from top to the bottom.
الكتيب هذا اللي يشرح لكم في الرسمات هذه الطريق اللي انت لازم تمشي فيه، واستخدامه من الأعلى إلى الأسفل زي السهم اللي موجود هنا قدامكم بالشاشة.
Okay. Each line describes a significant point of the stage. It can be many things. It can be a crossroad. It can be a change of direction. Like with the red arrow, you see, it can be also dangerous points.
كل خط من الخطوط هذه يبين جزء من المرحلة، وهذا كل تيوليب أو كل رسمة زي كده تتحط فقط عندما تحتاج انك انت تغير المسار. يعني اذا في شارع طوالي وفي شوارع رايحه جايه، اذا ما عندك هنا في التيوليب خليك على الشارع الرئيسي، هو ده اللي هو لازم تاخذ عليه. وعندك هنا حتتكلم عنه اللي هو عدد الكيلومترات اللي بعدها حتجيكي اللفه الثانيه. هنا دائما في المنطقه هذه حيكتبوا مثلا المعلومات المهمه زي مثلا خطوره، خطر 2 كوشنز يعني خطر نص، يعني خطر نص ونص مثلا، واحدة خطر شوية، 3 خطر، وقفي وخذ المطب ولا الوات ايفر الخطورة اللي فيه وامشي.
So next one, how is it made? Okay. So we saw you have many lines that you read from the top to the bottom. And then in each line, you have different information. Okay. You have the first column is the partial and total mileage. In the rally, all distance will be in kilometers, not in miles.
هذا عبارة عن، شفت الورقة اللي قبلها كانت كذا خط زي هذه دحين عبارة عن الخط الواحد وكيف تقرأ المعلومات. وكويس للسائقات كمان يعرفوا بس فكرة عن كيف هذا. طبعا كود درايفرز هم اللي لازم ينتبهوا مرة للكلام هذا لأنه مرة مهم. الجزء اللي فيه السهم هناك اللي هو فيه العداد حق الكيلومترات كاملة، فهذا في الجزئية اللي فوق، واللي تحت في التوتال ديستنس، والمسافات هنا حتكون بالكيلومتر في الرالي هذا.
The second column is a graphical representation on what you will see on the road.
وهذا الجزء اللي هنا اللي هو وصف المنطقة اللي انت جيتي عليها، والوصف حيكون اما تروحي على طول، اما تروحي يمين، اما تروحي شمال، او انه جبل، او انه خطورة، فهذا فيه الوصف.
The way you have to follow is the blue arrow.
اللي لازم تتبعيه اللي هو الخط الازرق دائما في الكتيب.
And the third column is other information. Here is the start of the stage. DSS is the start of the stage.
هذا الصندوق الأخير اللي هو مثلا في المعلومات عن المرحلة، اللي هو مثلا هنا في هذه الحالة إنه DSS اللي هي الديبارت اللي هي الخروج أو بداية المرحلة، فهذه هنا البوكس اللي فيه المعلومات.
Okay, so we have seen that we read the road book line by line, and then in each line you read it from left to right.
هي تتوقع منكم كلكم كمساعدات انه تقروها سطر سطر وتقروها من الشمال الى اليمين. Yes.
So
يعني سوري يعني حتقروها كده، هذا السطر واللي بعده كده. عندك دائما هذه البيانات هي اللي حتوديك للجنكشن او للتقاطع اللي بعده.
okay. Now there are some information at the top of the road book. Number 1 is this one, is the route page number. This is very important because it happened to me in one race. The pages were mixed, and hopefully I check it before. So this is one part of the job, check that all the pages are included and in the right order.
الاستعداد جدا مهم. فمثلا يعني هذا ترجمة شوية غير اللي بتقولوا بس عشان معلومة مهمة. الاستعداد مهم، يعني الكثير من الأخوات ياخذوا الرود بوك ويروحوا يعني يفتحوه ثاني يوم الصباح. الأفضل إنك أنت تشوفيه وتقلبيه وتتأكدي إنه الصفحات متسلسلة، لأنه أحيانا منظم يغلط يحط صفحة قبل صفحة، فتيجي أنت في وسط الرالي يصير عندك بيج كونفيوجن ولخبطة مرة كبيرة، لأنه في غلط في تسلسل الصفحات. فالأفضل إنكم أنتوا إيش كمان تنتبهوا على هذه. وهي بتقول إنه دحين هتشرح لكم بالضبط في كل جزئية من هذا الرود بوك إيش معناها.
The second one is the road book header with the stage number and the name, information about the stage.
معلومات المرحلة اللي هي المربع رقم 2 اللي فيها اسم المرحلة ومسافة المرحلة كم كيلو.
Yeah, it looks very logic, but check you didn't take the road book for the day before. The third one is the total kilometer from the start to the finish.
هذه الخانة الثالثة اللي هي طول المرحلة بالكيلومتر من أولها لآخرها.
Number 4 is the total kilometer from the start to the finish.
Number 4, not to the finish. Sorry, Sandili. To the point where you are at.
Yes,
at
yes.
in the junction.
Yes, it's when you start. For example, you are at kilometer 10.
Exactly. هذا اللي فيه التوتال كيلومتر قصدها
to the point you are.
بداية إلى محل ما أنت واقفة الآن.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so it will be 10. Number 5 is the partial kilometer from the previous line, the previous diagram box.
هذه الرقم 5 هو المسافة من التقاطع اللي قبله إلى التقاطع اللي بعده. هذه فيها فذاك التوتال ديستنس او الكيلومترات العام الكامله فوق، واللي تحته اللي هي حقه من بوكس لبوكس، من هنا من مربع لمربع او جنكشن تو جنكشن او تقاطع الى تقاطع.
Number 6 is where there will be the waypoint icon, because we remember you have to collect waypoints. The start of the stage is a waypoint, so you will have to collect, and there are different kind of waypoints. Some of them will open with the GPS, and some of them open at the last time. Some of them are always open. I will explain to you all of this later.
هذه المنطقة رقم 6 وهذه مرة مهمة لأنه الرالي ترى يعتمد عليها. الواي بوينتس هنا بتتحط، وفي 3 أنواع للواي بوينتس، إما مخفية أو إنها ظاهرة على طول أو إنها تفتح لما تيجي جنب النقطة.
Okay, for example, this is a mask waypoint.
وهي حتتكلم على فكرة لأنه هذه من أهم الموضوع في السباق حقنا، لأنه النافيجيشن ففي سكشن مخصوص اللي هو الواي بوينتس وكيف تشتغل وكيف تتحسب.
Another one, security waypoint at place number 6.
بتتكلم على أنواع السكيورتي. Can you go to the previous one? أول واحدة اللي هي المخفية، الثانية this one is what
mask waypoint.
ماسك اللي هي مخفيه. yeah.
It's a waypoint that open in the 800 meters
هذه
around.
الماسك اللي هي انت لما تقربي في الواي بوينت هنا في خط يعني حدود دائريه تقريبا 90 متر. لما تيجي تلمس ال 90 متر من اي ناحيه تفك.
But to validate it, you have to validate in 90 meters.
ايوه يعني عشان تكسبيها او تاخديها لازم تكوني في نطاق 90 سنتيمتر 90 متر اسف من منتصف النقطه.
Number 7 is the graphic information as we saw before.
زي ما قالت رقم 7 اللي هو المعلومه عن ايش في التقاطع هذا ايش لازم تسوي.
Number 8 is the description box. We saw it before too.
هذه رقم 8 معلومات اللي يحطوا لك هي اللي للجنكشن هذا زي في مثلا كوشن او في اي خطر او في اي شيء تحطوه هنا.
And number 9 is the number of the waypoint.
ونمبر 9 رقم الواي بوينت. المرحله يكون مثلا فيها 100 واي بوينت. هذه رقم الواي بوينتس تتحط في هذه المنطقه. فمثلا هذا الواي بوينت في هذه المرحله كمثال رقم 16 واي بوينت رقم 16.
All road books with FIA rules are made like this.
كل الرود بوكس اللي تخضع الى قانون الاتحاد الدولي لازم تكون بالقانون زي كده.
Okay. Now I'm going to talk to you about waypoints, the type of waypoint.
مع انه هذا الرالي مش FIA بس نحن فضلنا ان احنا نستخدم قوانين FIA على اساس تكون فير لكل المشاركين.
Okay. This is all the type of waypoints that the FIA regulation that you can have in FIA.
هذه كل انواع الواي بوينتس اللي ممكن تكون في السباق تحت قانون FIA.
All of them are different rules. They have different opening size and different validation size.
كلها مختلفة انها كيف تفتح معاكي سواء كانت طريقة انك هي تكون مفتوحة. نعم. Yes.
Number 9 is the number of the waypoint. In the road book, beginning, you have a list
of waypoints.
Of all waypoints. It's very small, but you will see when you receive the road books.
To the camera, yes.
This is the list of all the waypoints. All of the waypoints have a number from 1 to depend on the length of the stage. And the start will be waypoint number 1. Then we'll have different type of waypoints, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this is the place of the number. The number helps you. Maybe you will see that with Stella. To know if you validate all the waypoints. Some GPS devices have a list of waypoints, and you see if you validate or not. But on the Stella, I don't know.
Next.
Okay. Another question?
No.
No, it's fine. Okay. So these are all the type of waypoint that exist in the FIA regulation. As a navigator, you're supposed to know all of them, all opening area and all validation area if you want to collect all of them.
هذه كل انواع الواي بوينتس. اذا انت تبغى تدخلي في رالي يحسب النقاط من الواي بوينتس فلازم كملاحه تكوني عارفه كل واحده منهم كيف تفتح او كيف تقدري تاخذي النقاط اللي هي فيها حسب نظام FIA. هذه النقاط اللي موجوده في اي رالي يتبع للاتحاد الدولي.
On Rally Jamil, I think that the most waypoint that I use are the mask waypoint, the M in blue, and the security waypoint.
اكثر اللي مستخدمه في رالي جميل اللي هي الام واي بوينتس او الماسك او المغطى. النقاط المغطاه اللي هي تفتح لما تقربي على حدود مثلا 190 متر حوالين النقطه في مجال اسميها مجال النقطه 90 متر من منتصف النقطه. فهذا هو ممكن تكون 90 ممكن تكون 100 ممكن تكون 200 حسب هم يشدوكم وقت السباق ويعملوا البرمجة عليه.
But I cannot confirm you that you won't have orders because I didn't saw the road books. So here is here is the validation area for all of the type of the waypoint. This is the validation area and opening area radius for all type of waypoint.
هذه اللي هي المسافات اللي هي محتاجها لكل كيف تفتح لكل واي بوينت.
And this will be no need to write. This will be uploaded in Sportity.
This ما يحتاج تكتبوها، هذه حتكون مقدمة لكم في برنامج سبورتيتي اللي هو مفتوح من الآن.
Okay. What is very important is, okay, you're not supposed to miss some waypoint, but those waypoints, please don't miss them. These are the dangers.
يعني المفروض انك ما تخسري اي واي بوينت، لازم تجمع كل الواي بوينتس، لكن هذه لازم مش بس ما تنسيها، لازم تنتبهي لها لانه حقيقة هي اللي خطر، وممكن تكون يعني لا سمح الله تعمل لك مشكلة في السباق، اما انك انت تعلقي او انها تكسر سيارتك لا سمح الله او يصير حادث، لانه التريبل كوشن معناتها it's a dangerous place او خطر لازم تهدي. نعم صحيح، الواي بوينتس اذا وصلتي لها الجهاز اللي معك راح يعمل صوت بيب، هذه معناته عالي شويه يعني تقدر تسمعيه، هذه معناته انه وصلتي للواي بوينت واخذتي الواي بوينت هذه. طيب اذا رحتي لمحل تعتقدي انت انه هو الواي بوينت وما عمل بيب، يعني انت ما انت في الواي بوينت، يعني لازم تدور عليه وتشوف ايش المشكله. فهذا معلومه سؤال مره مهم، شكرا للسؤال. In English very fast. Yes, the GPS, the machine, the Stella will beep if you are on the radius of the waypoints. It will beep. If it doesn't beep, then you are not in the right.
Okay, these are the three kind of danger. The first one in racing with racing cars, Abdullah, you can confirm you don't slow down. But with a regular car, I will slow down.
Basically يمكن أفسر لكم بطريقة أسهل. خطر الثلاثة الفرق، يعني الأولى في سيارة السباق ممكن تأخذيها بسرعتك بس تنتبهي. الثانية لازم تهدي في سيارة السباق، لازم تهدي، هذا نتكلم عن سيارة السباق. في الثالثة لازم تقريبا توقفي. طيب فما بالك بسياراتكم، فيبغى لكم انتم تاخذوا حذركم من هذه طبعا واضحه الكوشن الاولانيه خطر اكثر اللي هي الثلاث.
The second one, of course, you slow down.
I finished that already.
Oh, sorry. Okay, and the third one, this means it's very dangerous. You have to stop and have a look and then go. Okay, so now what is very important as a co-driver is to speak very clearly and give short instruction to the driver.
من المهم جدا كمساعد انك انت توصفي اللي انت شايفاه في الرود او في الطريق الى السائقة بصوت عالي وواضح، على اساس انه تفهم السائقة، تعرف يعني السائق ومساعد يكونوا مربوشين في الصحراء ومستعجلين ومدري، فلازم المساعدة تتكلم بصوت واضح وتتكلم ببطء على اساس السائقة تسمعها.
Okay, in this example, you see the blue arrow is. I can use this. Okay, the blue arrow is where you have to go. Okay, that means you have to go on your right. It's not apparent, this one? No. Okay. The black, you see at the turn, there is a black one point. This point means that the kilometers of the road book is at that point, not before, not after.
طيب الخط الازرق معناته اتجاهك وين لازم تروحي على المفرق هذا. هذا الرسم مقول انه انت اتجاهك جايه من هنا ولازم تلفي على اليمين وما تروحي طوالي. الاسود المحل اللي مو لازم تروحي. طبعا باينه السهم هو اللي يقول لك اتجاهك. طيب النقطه السوداء هذه ايش؟ هذه النقطه السوداء اللي هي في المسافه بين نقطه ونقطه ماخوذه هنا. طب ليش يحطوا هذه؟ على اساس انه لو اخذوها من هنا ولا من هنا يكون المترات مختلفه تماما. فلازم كو درايفر تكون انت عارفه. احيانا يحطوا لك هي هنا انه اخذوا المسافه من هنا مو من هنا. عموما من اي محل تشوف النقطه السوداء دي معناته هذه هي النقطه اللي انت لازم محسوبه عليها المسافه.
اوكي
من نقطه لنقطه محسوبه من النقطه السوداء اللي قبل هذه في البوكس اللي هنا الى النقطه هذه.
Okay, I have a question for you now. Imagine I'm the driver and so one of you is going to tell me to take this way. What will you say? Does someone wants to answer? The question is that I'm the driver and I want that someone from the competitors here tell me what to do. How they will tell me this.
طيب الكود درايفرز لا ممكن سائقة نزل يدك. أول مساعدات المساعدة كان واحدة تتبرع تقول لنا هذه كيف حتوصفها للسائقة حقها. Where are you code drivers?
Okay, so
ها سائقة code driver here. Yes, I have a
ايش تقول يا عبد الرحمن؟
90 degrees. What?
90
right. Okay, yeah, this is good. It's very important that both driver and co-driver understand what is it said. It's true. This turn is like a 90 degrees angle, and this is very clear and it's quick.
مو كلها حتجي سهلة زي هذه. في محلات راح تجي مثلا سهم رايح ثلاثة أسهم رايحة لليمين واحد بس اللي هو الصحيح الروت. فأنت لازم تتفاهموا مع بعض كسائقة وملاحة كيف توصفوا البعض أشياء زي هذه. حتيجي دحين إكزامبل بس حنوريكم إيش أقصد فيه.
When you say 90 degrees right, it doesn't mean that you have to follow a cap of 90 degrees.
هنا بيقول لك البوصلة هنا ليش يسموها 90 هذه؟ لأنه تقريبا هي 90 ديجري بس مو معناتها كده انه انت لازم تمشي على 90 ديجري في البوصله لانه البوصله توديك محل ثاني. بس هم كده كوصف يقولوا هذه 90 رايت 90 ليفت 90 درجه شمال 90 درجه يمين. بس غالبا يكون عندك الطريق واضح يعني انت ماشيه كده ولا مش ما في الا لفه كده وطريق طوالي هذه واضحه. متى الصعوبه تيجي طريق طوالي وفي لفتين عندك فانت تختاري اي واحده. فممكن توصفي لها هي خدي الاولى مثلا خدي اول يمين خدي ثاني يمين. فهذه طريقه الوصف لازم تتحدد بينك وبين السائقه على اساس تكون انت فاهمها. يلا نحن لازم ناخذ ثاني يمين فانت اوريدي تعرفي لا اول يمين لا حتاخذي ثاني يمين مثلا.
Okay, so it doesn't mean you have to follow a cap of 90 degrees. It just means that you have to make a turn that looks like 90 degrees angle. Okay, and you can also use this one, but for me it's not very. It's okay. It's use a watch. Okay, turn at like it's 3 hours.
هذه هنا تستخدم طريقة أخرى ممكن كثير برضو يستخدمها ناس إنه مثلا 3 الساعة 3 تكون على تقريبا شايفة كيف زي السهم هذا. بس أنا صراحة ما أشوف ناس كثير يستخدموها إلا يعني مثلا at 11 o'clock في سيارة جاية 11 o'clock هنا صح؟ 11 o'clock at 12 o'clock هنا at 6 هنا صح؟ at 3 هنا at 9 هنا وهكذا زي عقارب الساعة يعني.
Yeah, what is very important is that you find a way that both of you understand.
الطرق كثير مختلفة. أهم حاجة أنك أنت تتفاهم مع الكود درايفر أنكم تتكلموا بلغة موحدة بينكم تفهموها.
Okay, one question for this one, what would you say?
ايش هذه تقول co-drivers? What is this tulip says?
You would say 270 degrees or something else? 90 left. Okay,
Thank you very
good,
much.
thank you.
Very smart people.
And this one? 11:35. Another suggestion?
I would say, for instance, كده لأنه it's very clear. It's a fork left. So I don't need to say the degree because it's only a fork left and there is only one route. You only need to say the degree or hard if there is different routes. For me, it's very simple. This one say fork left. That's it.
Okay, you can say for left also, like it's because it looks like a Y. Okay, we're going to do some training. Okay, on the second line, first, when this happens, you need to have a pen or pencil in the hand, and once the first line is going over, you strike it out.
هذه جدا جدا مهمة ولا تستهونوا فيها. لازم يكون مع الكود درايفر دائما قلم. طيب التيوليب او المنطقة اللي انت وصلتي لها وخلصتي منها تشخطيها. صدقي او لا تصدقي مهما كنت محترفة راح تتلخبطي لو ما سويتي كده. كثير يعني من الكود درايفرز مع الربشة ينسوا ما ينتبهوا هم فين. فهذه توري لك انه انت خلاص عديتي دي المنطقة يلا نروح للي بعدها. اوكي؟ وما في لخبطة. Clear.
It's very important because it helps you to know every time where you are. It can happen that the roadbook fall, you take it again and
you don't know where you
exactly where you are.
فهمت؟ هذه معلومة مهمة جدا مهمة. دحين انت مثلا في هذه الصفحة اذا طاح الرودبوك تغيرت الصفحة اوكي عشان ترجع للمكان حقك اذا ما انت عارفة ما انت عارف له تك ما حتقدر ترجعي له ابدا فحتحوسي الا اذا شفتي مثلا تريب ميتر كم الكيلو الكم فحتاخدك وقت مرة طويل عشان تعرفي انت بالضبط فين في الرودبوك.
Okay, then we go to the next line and
ممكن بلاش كلام جانبي لو سمحتوا عشان بس نركز هنا.
Okay, what are you going to say? Does someone want to answer?
أحد يقول لنا إيش
How you will announce to the driver what to do. So remember, you have to read from the left to the right. Yeah.
Where is the stone?
Okay. Let's start reading from the left first. I mean, when you start reading from this column, then the second one, then the third one. So the driver wants to know first the distance. Then he wants to know what is going to happen in 7 kilometers. Of course, you don't need to say 7.5. 7 kilometers is okay.
هنا ايش اللي واحد ممكن يقوله لما نجي له تيوليب زي هذا فممكن يقول انه ما يقول 7.57 خلاص مو لازم خلاص 7 كيلو متر بعد 7 كيلو متر حتجيكي طريق تويستي زيجزاجي او تويستي رود.
Yeah, what I would say, because 7 kilometers is long, I wouldn't read the note 7 kilometers before. It happened to me last year. I went with a friend of mine in Oman, and it was her first time reading a road book. And she told me in a note, oh, in 7 kilometers, this is what is going to happen. And after 2 or 3 kilometers, I asked her, what was the note? And she told me, oh, I already told you. I said, okay, I cannot remember, you know, the driver doesn't memorize what you're saying. You don't need to say too early, but you can say, okay, the next note in 7 kilometers so that he doesn't think you're sleeping.
And then wait. And then
wait.
400 meters or 500 meters before you finish the 7 kilometers, you say, okay, we're gonna come to a twisty road.
Okay. So then, say here I said in 1 kilometer, 90 left at waypoint, there will be a waypoint. At waypoint, you go 90 left. It will be twisty. The red sign, which looks like a S, means twisty. You have to follow cap 79. Cross many roads, turns twisty, and then you can repeat it. Especially when you're driving fast, you can repeat it every 5 meters. The cap 75 is only the cap at the entrance of the track. It doesn't mean that all the track will be 79. It helps you to find the right track. Once you have found the track at 79, follow it, even if it's turn.
طيب معلومة جدا مهمة. هنا بيقول لك إنه هنا بعد 7 كيلو في ماسك بوينت. طيب وهنا هذا الرقم يقول لك إنه الكاب أو الدايركشن اللي أنت رايحة فيه في الستيلا هيكون عندك رقم مرة كبير اللي أنت فيه. فأنت لما تيجي هنا الكود درايفر هتقول لك لف شمال على كاب أو على اتجاه 79.
Can you give one by
هنا بس عشان تديكي لما تلفي تحط السيارة في الطريق الصحيح. ممكن يكون ما في طريق قدامك، ممكن يكون الطريق شوية هنا شوية رايح هنا، بس انت اول ما تخرج من اللفة تحط الكاب هذا، ومثلا لو كان في طريق رايح شمال ولا طريق رايح يمين تختاري اللي هو اقرب الى الكاب حقك او الى الكاب اللي هو محطوط هنا.
Okay. Now we are giving you the FIA lexical, which all types of icons you can find in a road book.
بتوزع عليكم الآن ورقة فيها جميع المصطلحات والإشارات اللي هي موجودة في نظام ال FIA، قانون ال FIA.
It will be available also on Sportity.
وكمان موجودة على برنامج سبورتيتي اللي هو لازم كمان حنشرح لكم عنه بعد شوية كمان.
Okay. Yes, yes. This is the cap you have to follow,
Yes.
but at the beginning of the start.
At the beginning of اللفة يعني
Once you have turned on the right side, the track has a cap of 2.
I'll do it now. 1 second.
You mean this one or this one?
No, the one.
Okay. The second one, once you have turned on left, the track you have to follow a cap of 79. But at the beginning, the track then can go down or up. Sorry? No, the Stella will show you the cap you are following. If I'm, no, yes, it will change. Okay, okay. 79. Imagine this is the north. 79 is there. Okay, I turn. I know I have to follow a cap of 79. So as a driver, you should have a look, or your co-driver should have a look at the Stella and tell you, oh, the cap is okay at the beginning. And then if it's a track, the track won't be straight. It's not highway. The track will be twisty, and the cap of the track will change. Yes, once you confirm that you took the right track, that at the beginning is 79, you follow the track to the next node.
Usually in the desert, there is 3 different scenarios أو في ثلاثة أشياء مختلفة ممكن تكون في حالة زي كده. إما إنك أنت تاخذ الكاب ما في طريق نهائيا قدامك فلازم تمشي على الكاب واحد، أوكي؟ لكن الكاب لما تمشي عليه دحين أنت الكاب هو هنا، لكن في جبل مرة كبير قدامك على الكاب، لكن في طريق سهل انك تيجي من جنب الجبل هذا، فتقدري تاخذي اللفه اللي اسهل لك وتكملي على الكاب حقك بعدين. Okay, do you understand the question? It says after she turns, the cap disappears. Then how does she know that which routes to go?
But it's you will see on the FI road book, a road like this is a plain, so it's a track. You stay on the track. It's not off-road. If it's off-road, it's yes, that's
yes. ايوه فهمتي. فانت لما تاخذي على الكاب حتلاقي نفسك على الشارع اللي موجود حاليا. اذا ما هو اذا مخفي في الحاله اللي دوبك شرحت لك عليها حيكون دودت لاين. اوكي، وبعدين انت تاخذي على الاتجاه ده، واما تلاقي الطريق بعد شويه تلاقي الطريق المخفي مش مخفي على طول، مخفي عليه ما تلاقي طريق، او يكون الطريق باين قدامك امامك.
The cap is only a help to find it, to help you to find it. Once you find it, the cap will change. It will go to 120 to 45. It will twist maybe. Yes. Yes. To help you to find you the right track, you have to have on the compass 79 or 80. It's not something very close. If you take a track and your compass on the GPS is showing 45, that means you took a wrong track.
Will appear if there is no route. إذا أنت رحت الصحراء. لا هنا.
In the GPS.
In this one, yes.
Okay. It's clear for everybody? This is a good question. The GPS will show you all the distance you have done. Okay, so when you want to analyze the node, maybe you have to do subtraction in your if the GPS tell you you are at kilometers 60, okay, you know that the next one is in 5 kilometers. You have to make subtraction in your head. And then announce the countdown, making subtractions.
You wanted to say something?
Oh, it's...
Switching off the TV.
I don't know if it'll help. When I started looking at road books and working out and being out on rallies and officiating, if you think about the principle of a rally, so start at point A, you need to get to point B. In the middle, the quickest route is a straight line. Yeah, and that's what the arrow is telling you. It's a straight line to your next waypoint. However, you may need to go around an obstacle. So don't be scared of that, of you coming slightly away from where you are. Just imagine that arrow is taking you in a straight line, and if you have to twist round to get back to where it is, as long as eventually you keep following the arrow, you will get to the place that you need to be. Does that help? Does that make sense?
The only thing is that it's right, but some waypoints like the M waypoint, which is mass waypoint, open only 800 meters before.
Yeah.
That means that if you are 1 kilometer before, the arrow doesn't show yet. And when you get 800 meters before, the arrow of the GPS will show.
حيكون هذا كمان اوضح كثير لما نيجي التدريب حق الستيلا، فخلينا نمشي move the Stella will actually show exactly details of this how it works and on the proper training outside.
Okay.
التدريب الفعلي حيبين لكم هذا، لانه نحن عاملين لكم غدا tomorrow في تدريب على الستيلا، وحتخرجوا برا في السيارات وتشوفوا الاجهزه هذه كيف تشتغل. جبناها الأجهزة يعني موجودة عندنا.
So in this example, what is very important is to use short words, not to talk too much. And sometimes you have a lot of information in the same line. Announce first what is very important. If there is a danger, which is a security weapon, this should be the first things to say, and then the others.
مهم جدا كمساعدة تنتقي ايش المعلومة المهمة اذا كان في معلومة كثير. فانتقي اول شيء اللي هي المعلومة المهمة جدا او اللي فيها ايش خطورة، هي دي اللي تقوليها اول للسائق عشان تستعد لها.
And of course, the navigator has to check that the waypoint is validated before going to the next.
واكيد المساعدة لازم تتأكد انه هي مرت على الواي بوينت واخذتها قبل ما تنتقل الى الواي بوينت الثانيه، لانه تكرية الصوت حقت الجهاز لازم تاخذوه من كل نقطه. نعم يا عبد الرحمن. They will explain Stella here, yes, and in front of everybody, but the actual training will be maybe recorded and we can show it at a later stage, but not live.
Okay, so I go to once this waypoint is valid, of course you strike it out and go to the next one. This is another example. Okay, this one. What will you say?
What does NBX means?
It's on your FI lexicon. Can someone come answer? It's a French word, by the way. It's many.
عندكم بالاكسبريشنز حقت الرود بوك هذه الكود درايفر لازم تتاكد قبل السباق في يوم تتفرج من احنا نديكم الساعه 8 في الكود درايفر تقرا وتشوف الرود بوك، اذا في شيء ما هي فهمته ترجع للورقه هذه على اساس الورقه هذه تبين لها ايش معنات اي شيء مكتوب هنا الاختصارات.
Okay. So this one, can someone tell me what to do?
هنا بدينا نشوف الرسومات بدأت تصير شوية معقدة ويبغى لها شرح، شايفة؟ فأحد يقدر يتبرع يقول لنا ايش التيولبز هذا او ايش هذا بتقول؟
Yeah, exactly. First, say the distance. Then
600 meters.
Okay. In 600 meters, speed zone 60.
60.
Y left at speed zone, deep hole and rejoin tarmac road on right.
شايفين الوصف كيف؟ فالوصف اللي تقدر عليه، أنا مثلا حقراها دي 600 متر، عندنا سبيد ليميت أو عندنا منطقة سرعة محظورة 60 كيلومتر بالساعة، فورك ليفت على لسه نحن في السبيد زون ونقطع كروسنج شارع ويجوين او نحن نمسك او ويجوين شارع.
So it's clear for everybody?
واضح؟
Yeah? Okay.
Yes.
So you strike out the notes also. So this one.
تو كيلوز تفضلي. مين كود درايفرز ايش بكم ما انتم راضيين تشاركوا معنا؟ after 2 kilos ايوه ايش حيصير؟
After 2 kilos what I do? Okay. And okay. In 2 kilometers oblique right between mountains and Y right stay on tarmac road or stay on tarmac road because the double line is a tarmac road. Okay, I can go to the next one. This one.
ركزوا معنا اخوات لانه هذه مره مهمه كيف تقروا الرود بوك. ها
The distance.
.3 kilometers. Caution, most important.
Caution
First thing, caution. Sorry, double caution. I'm sorry, double caution. Fork left, leave track, and join other main track between mountains.
Okay.
I would explain it this way.
Giving a visual indication to the driver can help. Okay, the fence, there is a fence. You see on the right. The fence, you will see it far away. So, okay, in 1 kilometer at fence, danger level 2. Then left between soil slope, but it's okay, left, and then 90 right twisty. But the most important thing is the danger. You have to say the distance, then the danger, and if you can give a visual indication to how far is it, it can be a fence. If it's on the road book, you have the driver. Oh, I see the fence. I see the tree. So this is the.
هي استخدمت level 2 danger. أنا استخدم double caution. Really depends your language, what you decide with your co-driver. أهم شيء طريقة كيف تقوليها. أنا أسميها double caution, هي تسميها مثلا level 2 caution.
When there is the black dot is where the roads separate and is where there is this distance from the beginning of the stage.
No. From here to here.
From here to here.
أنا إذا قررت.
Yeah. The distance between this one and this one. The big number is the number of kilometers from the start of the stage, and is the distance between each line. Yeah, if you take this kilometer, okay, 14.9, and you add this, you will have this number. If you turn before, you will have the distance before that one. The black dot will be exactly at the distance. Yes. If you want to go before, maybe it's possible, but be sure there is no note, so be careful. If there is a danger, you won't have no.
She meant that. What if the distance for some reason is not right because she didn't take the first tulip right? So the distance will not be the same.
Okay. Answer for the Stella. Okay. In the Stella, each time you reach a waypoint from the road book, the distance comes back to the distance of the road book. For example, if you were lost before, okay, you did a long turn, I will come back to a waypoint. This one, okay. We are at kilometer, 73. You get lost before, you did 90 kilometers, okay? When you come back to this point, the distance of the Stella will come back to this number. Even if you did, Yeah, but only on waypoint, okay? Here there is no waypoint, so it won't come back to the right distance. Remember, you have to ask a question to Cesar more because I didn't use the device.
Yeah, one question online. PP. Okay, she needs all the people who are online. You need to download the document that we distributed to the ladies here from Sortity program. We will give them today. They will know how to get there and download the abbreviation of anything on the road book would be on this document. But what does BB means to answer her?
It's a main track. Some words, I'm sorry for that. Some words are in French. This means in French, it's main track, piste principale for those who speak French. Yeah.
BB is stay on the main road.
Main road.
Okay. But this will be also, the abbreviation will be on Sportity exactly as our road book.
And this is why you need to read the lexical and really learn it.
وهذا ليش مهم بالمساعدة ان هي تقرا في الليل تطالع على الرود بوك صفحة صفحة عشان اذا في حاجة ما هي فهمتها تسأل قبل ما تروح الرالي في الصباح.
Even if you have it in the car with you, you cannot stop at each note and look at the translation. You have to know it.
Continue, please.
Okay, so this one is the same. Okay, so you have to prepare. I can go through many examples like that, but the most important thing is that everybody understand how to read the road book from the top to the bottom and then from the left to the right. All the signs are inside the lexical road book. So now you will receive the road book every night after the briefing. And you will receive the road book of the next day stage. Okay, so you have time to look at it. As I said before, check that all pages are included and in the right order. And if there is any problem, you go to the competitor office and ask for another one.
طيب بس أترجم إيش قالت. بتقول كل يوم في المساء هيدوكم الرود بوك حق السباق حق اليوم التالي. فكل يوم هيكون عندكم وقت انكم انتم تراجعوا الرود بوكس هذا. اذا ضاع منكم لاي سبب من الاسباب تقدروا تطلبوا من المنظمين نسخة اخرى بس مفروض ترى ما يضيع. تقدروا تطلبوا من المنظمين بس لا تصحوا الصباح ما تلاقوا الرود بوك لانه هذا حيكون مرة يعني السباق تقريبا يضيع عليكم.
Okay. Even if the road book is already in color, you can highlight the direction with yellow, I don't know, highlighters, and so that you see quickly where you have to go.
هذه فكرة مرة يستخدموها كثير من المساعدين المحترفين يكون عندهم ماركرز اللي هي الحاجات المهمة جدا الكوشنز التغيير طريق كبير أو شيء يعلموه بماركر على أساس إنه هو بيقلب يقدر يشوفها بسرعة.
Okay, in most of the rally, we have correction to make in the road book because the recall have been done many months before. Here, I don't think we have a correction.
No.
Okay. No, I have finished with the road book. If there are some questions.
أي question تفضلي.
No, go.
Yeah, you have a speed limit in this rally. We're not promoting speed here. It's navigation. So you will have a max speed that if you go over it, you'll be penalized. So you have to be very careful with the speed that you take. And there is a very important sections, which is the speed limit, average speed zones, which will be explained now. فعندنا هنا حاجة مرة مهمة. هذا السباق لا يعتمد على السرعة. فنحن ولا نشجع السرعة في هذا السباق. نحن بنحط سرعة محددة في المراحل، لو تعديتوها ممكن يكون عندكم جزاء، فأرجوكم التزام بالسرعة المحددة. كمان في حاجة تانية في السباق هذا، اللي هو في كل مرحلة حيكون في جزء اسمه جزء الافريج سبيد أو جزء متوسط السرعة. هذا حيكون برضو من طريقة التقييم الحكام على مين اللي يفوز في السباق. ادوكم وهي حتشرح عليه دحين، انا ما ابغى استبق الاحداث، وهذا حيكون مره جدا مهم، ومره صارت فيه لخبطه كثير السنه اللي فاتت، وعشان كذا نحن قلنا ندي عليه تدريب اكبر الان. This was a big issue last year. A lot of people did not know how to use the speed limit, the average speed. They thought that they can use the speedometer on the car, but this is not the way it works. And Sandili here will have a big section of her presentation, or a considerable section of her presentation, to show you how the average speed sections work.
Yes. So Abdullah already said, but in stages there's a speed limit, of course, but he said it's not a rally speed, so you have nothing to win except braking your car. And the driver and co-driver, there is nothing to win. There's plenty enough time to finish the stage in the time allowed. So just what is important is collect the points. And sometimes when you are very fast, it's very difficult you can miss some waypoints. So
مو لازم السرعة في هذا السباق نرجع نكرر مرة ثانية، لأنه يعتمد على الملاحة. السرعة ممكن تؤدي لأنك أنت تكسر السيارة، توتر الملاحة في السرعة الزائدة. فالمهم جدا أنك أنت تاخذي وقتك وتعمل المرحلة بطريقة صحيحة.
Okay, so if we have finished with roadbook section questions, I'm going to move to the average speed challenge.
We're already moved.
It's okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So average speed, what is it? I'm going to explain you how it works. Average speed is not, you have to drive from one point to another one, okay? Between two virtual points that will be marked in the roadbook. You have to pay attention to the regularity. So you have to be regular, and you have also to navigate at the same time. You have to make some turns at the same times.
هو الفكرة حقت الافريج سبيد هو من نقطة إلى نقطة، فلازم أنت في خلال المنطقة هذه تخلي سرعتك ثابتة، ريجولاريتي انها تكون ثابتة حتى في المنعطفات او هذا، يعني توصل للافريج سبيد على اساس انه لما توصل من نقطة لنقطة تكوني اقرب للافريج سبيد اللي هذا عاد اللي حيجيبها كده 100% حيكون هذا شيء فظيع، لكن اقرب شيء لها هو هذا اللي نحن نطمح له. اللي حيجيبها اقرب شيء هو اللي راح ياخذ علامات اعلى على التحدي هذا او التشالنج هذا. طيب الافريج سبيد تتحدد من نقطة إلى نقطة، ففي لفات طبعا ما هي كلها.
Yes, I will explain. This will come later.
حتى اشرح لك.
Right.
من نقطة إلى نقطة فلازم تكون عندك سرعة متوسطة. السرعة مثلا 3 و4 وغالبا ما حتلاقيها مثلا حاجة واضحة 40 ولا 30 ولا حتلاقيها 33 36. ليه؟ عشان ما يبغوك تعتمد على العداد. السنة اللي فاتت اعتمدوا على العداد وجابوها غلط، السنة هذه بيقولوا لك هي كده وكسور على أساس لا تعتمد على العداد. ايش الريجولاريتي؟ انك انت تثبتي سرعتك متوسطها من منطقة لمنطقة، لأنه في محلات زي مثلا كنت 32 وكان عندك مطب حتوقفي صح؟ حتكون سرعتك 0، توقفي وترجع تاخذ المطب وتطلع ثاني. فالسكشن اللي بعده لازم تكون شوية أسرع من 33. فإنك أنت تحافظي على الموضوع هذا زي ما أنت حتشوفي دحين حيكون يعتمد مش على العداد أكثر من هو الوقت، وحتشرح لك كيف.
Okay, so you can have in the same stage one or more average speed. You can have a roadbook section, then average speed, roadbook again, average speed. It can be mixed. It can be on paved road. It can be on dirt road. We don't know.
السكشنز اللي هي محطوطه للافريج سبيد ممكن حتكون في المرحله الخاصه وممكن في مرحله الوصل. نحن ما ندري. لما يوزعوا لكم الرود بوك هو ده اللي حيبين لك فين اللي هي المناطق في كل يوم اللي هي لازم تعملي فيها تحدي، خلينا نسميه تشالنج، تحدي متوسط السرعه، لانه هذا حيكون يعتمد على النتائج زي الواي بوينتس عشان يطلع مين الفائز في السباق.
And the speed also can change.
حتى السرعه مو ثابته، يعني مو كل مره السبيد افريج سبيد حتكون 33، ممكن تكون 40، يعني حتكون حسب نعم مناطق معينه في كل مرحله. نعم. لا هي مو كده، هي انت لازم تيجي تخلص من نقطه لنقطه. الافريج سبيد حقك لازم تكون اقرب شيء ل 33 الافريج. اوكي. ايوه، ما انت حتخسري علامات ببعدك عن التارجت. يعني مثلا تاخذي 10 علامات لو جبتي افريج سبيد 33، حتاخذيها 8 علامات لو جبتيها تارجت 30. كل ما تبعد عن الرقم كل ما حتخسري نقاط.
Yes, the average speed is a target, and I'm going to explain you how you can reach the target, how to achieve it. There is one thing you need to, everybody please listen very carefully. Everybody's listening? Okay. The average speed is not about, you cannot drive at an average speed, it's impossible. Why? It would be too easy. You set the cruise control and said, okay, if the road book says drive at an average speed of 40, you cannot set the cruise control and say, I'm going to drive at 40. First, you will break your car in case you have holes, rocks, and if it's on the road with traffic, with a red light, you're not going to say, no, I don't stop at the red light because I have to drive at average speed. So you will have to stop. So it's impossible to drive. You will try to do it, but it's impossible. So the second thing which is important to know.
Very important point, sorry. بتقول يعني هي ما هي بالسهولة انك انت من الافريج سبيد انك انت تحط الكروز كنترول وتمشي، لانه يعني المنظمين شوية اذكى من كده. فيعني ما حيحطوا لك في شارع مستقيم انك انت تجيبي فيه الافريج سبيد بالكروز كنترول. حيكون شارع فيه مطبات، فيه لفات، في محلات لازم توقفي فيها. نعم. واي؟ ما فهمت السؤال، ماني صوتك مو عالي. ما تستخدمي، انا بقول لك لا تستخدمي وريح راسك. ايوه حيفصل. إيه عشان كده هي هذا اللي بتقوله ما حينفع تحط كروز كنترول بصرف النظر اذا تقدر ولا ما تقدر بالسياره. بس عموما لو كان الافريج سبيد 60 تقدري، صح؟ فاذا حطيت الافريج سبيد وجيت عند اشاره ووقفت على الاشاره، كيف حتعرفي كم لازم تسرعي دحين عشان تعوض الوقت اللي انت خسرتيه؟ It's all about time، الوقت، وليس انك انت تحط العداد على السرعه. وهي حتشرح لكم دحين بالضبط كيف تحسبوا الوقت.
Average speed is not about average speed, is about time. Be on time at the right place. Okay, so this is what I'm going to explain you. The only thing before explaining how to do the calculation, you need to know that the speed on your car is not the real speed of GPS. And it's more if you have changed the tire size.
مهم جدا انتوا تفهمي حاجه واحده، انه العداد اللي موجود على سيارتك بالسرعه مو هو نفسه اللي موجود على الجي بي اس، لانه احيانا ما يكون كاليبريتد او ما يكون موزون حسب الفعل. يعني يكون احيانا مثلا سرعه 50 تكون مثلا في سيارتك 51 او سوري 49 او 48. فمو واضحه كثير انها على العداد، لازم تكون بالوقت، احتسابها بالوقت. ايوه موجوده ايوه، بس برضه ما تقدري تعتمدي عليها، لانه زي ما قلت لك اذا وقفتي في المرحله غصبا عنك عشان في مطب الستيلا ادق، بس برضه ما تقدري تعتمدي عليها لنفس السبب. اذا سرعتك كان لازم تكون 33 الافريج، وجيتي عند منطقه تريبل كوشن لازم توقفي، فهديتي من 33 الى 0. طيب في المسافه الباقيه كم لازم تمشي؟ ما حتقدر تجيبيها على العداد، مستحيل. لازم تجيبيها بالوقت التارجت تايم. انت حتشوف حتوريكم كيف تحسب التارجت تايم. تفضل.
Yeah, okay. To do it, you need special tools. You need some tools. Okay. You need a road book, a stopwatch. Okay. Yeah, I was using something big. Calculator to make all the calculation and the Stella device.
طيب.
Okay.
ايوه
So
هذه شفتوا كيف السر هنا حقت انكم انتم تضبطوا الافريج سبيد. لا جو باك. الادوات اللي انتم محتاجينها اول شيء الرود بوك، ثاني حاجه ستيبلز. وات ستيبل؟
it's a pen. It's okay.
قلم.
Stopwatch is the more important than calculator.
ستوب واتش وكالكوليتر على حاسبه، وستيلا ديفايس اللي هي موزعه لكم. فما هي شغله ما هي شغله العداد، شغله العده دي كلها فيها شغل ترى شويه.
Yeah, you can use your phone, but sometimes it's switch off. And you can use, of course, there is a stopwatch on the phone, but sometimes the screen shut down. So
yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to explain you how to prepare a road book for average speed challenges. Okay. Someone before said that when there is average speed challenges, you see it on the road book because there is a yellow color around it. Okay. And this is the start of the average speed. And the target here is 50 kilometers by hour. Okay, so you have this. So how are you going to do? So
هنا هذا الرود بوك دحين يوريك المنطقة اللي فيها تحدي متوسط السرعة، فحيكون ملون باللون الأصفر ومحدد في أول صندوق اللي هو السرعة التارجت تايم، السرعة اللي لازم تكوني ماشية عليها اللي هي 60 هنا في الحالة هذه.
Okay, listen carefully. Please don't write. It's not necessary to write. I really want you to understand. Once you understand, you will always remember.
لازم تركزوا الآن معانا مضبوط لو سمحتوا، سيبوا كل اللي بيدكم. وحقيقة هذا السباق كله دحين في الجزئية هذه الحقيقة مرة مهمة.
Okay, you start here at 50 kilometers by hour. So you reset your stopwatch at 0. And when you start, okay, you go. Then you made some calculation. It's simple calculation. We call it rule of 3. I don't know if it's the right name in English.
هذا هنا أول ما تيجي عند النقطة أول شيء تسويه تحط تعين الستوب واتش، وبعدين في عندك هي نظام هي تبغى تقول اسمه الرول أو النظام اللي فيه 3 نقاط اللي يكون مكون من 3 نقاط.
Okay, here your start time is 0. If you have to drive 50 kilometers in 1 hour, which is the same that 60 minutes or 3,600 seconds, at what time should I've been at kilometer 1.260? This is a rule of 3. So what you do, the time is the distance to travel divided by the official average speed. Okay, to make it more easy, I will convert it directly in seconds. So I had 3,600 seconds multiply, this is the right word, okay, by the distance traveled divided by the official average speed. Does someone else can make the calculation on the phone? What should be, at what time should I be at kilometer at this point? Yeah. Mm. So 90 point something. Okay, 90.72. Okay.
شفتي من النقطة لنقطة، فانسوا العداد حق السرعة، لأنه العداد حق السرعة ما حيديكي اكيرسي زي هذه. فالكود درايفر عليها شغل مرة كبير، إن هي تحسب من كل تيولب لتيولب المعادلة هذه، فلازم يكون على رجلها الحاسبة اللي هي تقدر تحسب بسرعة. فهي لو تعلمت على الحسبة دي مرة سهلة، اللي هو 3600 سكند اللي هي في الساعة، في الديستنس أو المسافة اللي حتمشي فيها اللي هي 1.26، وفيش الافريج سبيد اللي هي ال 50 اللي حاطين لك اياها هنا، حيديك المعادله اللي هي 90.72. فلازم تكون على التارجت تايم اللي هنا النقطه هذه ب 90.72 سكند.
Yes, of course.
Yes.
You will receive the day before at night after the briefing. So you can do your homework before.
سمعتوا أول ما قلت لكم اليوم إيش قلت لكم؟ بديت الجلسة اليوم the more you're prepared the more you have chances to win.
Yeah.
Preparation.
Okay, so the result is 90.72 seconds. I have to be there at that point where there is the bullet. When I reset my watch at 0 here, I have to be there 90.72 seconds later.
عشان كده بتقول لي خذي معاكي ستوب واتش، لأن عشان تعرف 90.72 seconds لازم تكون معك الستوب واتش عشان تبدأيها لما تبدأ رحلتك من النقطة هذه النقطة دي وتوصل هناك، مش على عداد السرعة، لا على الستوب واتش.
Okay, then I'm going to convert this number in minutes and seconds, because this is only seconds. To convert it, it's easy. You know that in 1 minute there is 60 seconds. So I remove 60 from the 90. And then I should be there in 1 minute and 30.72 seconds later. Okay. Then
could you I didn't understand, sorry. أنا ما فهمت.
I have to convert the numbers, the seconds, in minutes and seconds. So 90 seconds, I remove 60 seconds, which is equivalent to 1 minute. And I still have 30.72
Understood.
seconds.
مفهوم يا بنات ايش الفكرة هنا؟ هنا انت لازم تقلب ال 90 ثانية الى دقائق افضل لك على اساس تعرفي بالدقيقة. فهنا بيقول لك انه عندك 90 هتشيلي من 90 ال 60 اللي هي دقيقة، اللي باقي اللي هو 30.72، فدقيقة و30 ثانية، دقيقة و30 ثانية و72 جزء من الثانية هي الوقت اللي حقت 90.72 ثانية.
Okay. So and then
مفهوم يا بنات؟
sorry.
كلير؟ كده
It's clear.
تحسبوا الافريج سبيد
Yeah.
وليس عداد السرعة.
This is in the regulations. Yeah, so I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to explain you how the average speed works, but I'm not going to explain you how to win the rally. You need to read the regulations. And if you find something that can give you some advantage in the regulation, I would say use it. Okay. Yeah, exactly. You need to do 2 over H. Once you have the results, okay.
ايش الوقت اللي انت تحتاجيه للحد الثاني؟ اسهل شيء بتيجي الصباح انت السياره جاهزه بتضحك المساعده تقولي له بس انه انت لازم تمشي النقطه بعد دقيقه و30 ثانيه، بس يلا بدينا اللي بعدها لازم يكون فيها 4 دقائق و50 ثانيه، وهكذا.
Okay. Let me come back. Let me come back. Once you have the result, okay, you write it on your notebook at the position I put it here, but it's here. Okay, it's here at this point, and you do this for each line of the roadbook, each note. You need the ID of the average speed challenge is say, okay, if I have to drive from this start at 50 kilometers, I have to be there at 1 minute 30 seconds later. I have to be there this time later. I have to be there this time later. I have to be there this time later. And once you have done this, if you want to be very precise and very accurate, you can split the distance between points and make more control between. This will help because, as I explained, you cannot drive at an average speed. Sometimes you will be late, sometimes you will be earlier, and the co-driver will tell you, okay, if I'm there at 1 minute 28 seconds, I say, oh, it's okay. Slow down and go a little bit fast, and the driver will adjust the speed depending of what the co-driver will say. You're late, we are a little bit late, or we are very late. Okay.
So يعني يعتمد على دحين النقطة زي ما قالت هذه مهمة جدا. إذا كان المساعدة معاها هنا وصلت السائقة قبل عندك دقيقة، لازم تكون دقيقة و30 ثانية. طيب فجات قبل ما توصل لها فترة لقيتها ب30 دقيقة و33 ثانية، هتقول له لا أسرع شوية عشان نلحق نوصل للنقطة دي على الدقيقة و30 بالضبط. طيب إذا كانت دقيقة و27 مو كويس إنك توصل على الدقيقة 27، لازم توصل على الدقيقة و30 بالملي. فايش حتقول له الكود درايفر؟ يقول له هدي لانه نحن عندنا لسه وقت، فلازم توصل على النقطه دي بالتوقيت بالوقت هذا.
It's the same if the speed challenge is on the road with traffic and you have to stop at the red light. Of course you will be late. You're going to cross the red line and say, oh, I have a Jamil Wali, I need to keep my speed. First you will have an accident and it will be very dangerous. So you have to stop, and after you have to go
a little bit fast.
Go faster to come back to the right target time.
واضح.
And the more split you have in between, the more you're accurate. But this can be also dangerous. If you split too much and focus too much on the time, you will miss the turn.
إيه. فالمساعدة هنا لازم تنتبه، إذا ركزت مرة كثير على الحساب ممكن تخسر إنها هي مرة تيجي عند واحدة من التقاطعات وتاخذ اللفة الغلط. فلازم تعمل البالانس أو تعمل التوازن بين إنها هي تحسب الوقت وتشوف المسار. عشان كده التحضير اللي قبلها مهم، وتاخذ النوتس أو تحط الملاحظات على الافريج سبيد. هذا أحسن حل، إنه قبلها بليلة تحسب الحسبة دي. وقت ما يجي السباق وانت في السيارة انسي انك انت كو درايفر تعمل الكالكوليشن هذه الكل جنكشن، حتخليكي ما انت مركزة بالطريق.
Is it clear for everybody? No question, you understand the logic? Even, if you understand the logic, even if you don't remember the formula, you will always know how to do that. Yeah, of course. It's on the road book. It's on the road book way. It's optimal. In the road book, the distance between one line and the other line is not the straight line. Is the line on the track. Is the distance on the track.
Tomorrow we have a very nice track here, and you will be actually reading the book one time Sorry, no, the road book you'll be coming from the hotel to here with the road book, and tomorrow with the Stella you'll be doing the waypoints and understanding exactly how it works.
Okay, so these are the formula, mixing all type of ways. Time is distance divided by speed, speed is distance divided by time, and same, it's the same, the it's an equation. Okay, mixing all ways. Okay, so communication with the team is very important. Of course, the co-driver will have to do a lot on that, but that doesn't mean that the driver just has to wait. Okay, so the co-driver he will have constantly juggles between the roadbook, the Stella, and the stopwatch. He will always look at the three at the same times. So he won't really have time to look at the road.
الكودرايفر هنا حيكون عندها انشغال كثير، مو شرط حتكون كل الوقت تقدر تشوف الطريق، فلازم يعني تنتبه الى كل او كل الاجزاء اللي هي لازم تعملها وتركز تركيز كامل.
Okay, he will announce of course the average speed to maintain. He will announce the notes before.
حتى تتكلم بطريقة واضحة ومفهومة على النقاط اللي جاية وعلى بعد كم كيلو هي حتيجي.
He will inform the driver of the advance or delay.
Sorry?
He will inform the driver of the advance or delay.
عموما تقول للسائق على الظروف اللي موجودة، إذا في تأخير أو في لازم هي تسرع أكثر. يعني هذا كله حتتفاهم مع السائقة.
Okay. The driver he will monitor the average speed, of course.
الدرايفر هو مهمته انه هو يمونيتور او ينتبه على متوسط السرعة. هي الكو درايفر اللي حتنتبه لدي الشغلة لانه بالحساب.
Okay, it depends on you. You choose how you want to do it. But me, I like when the driver reports a visible intersection because I'm not looking always at the road, and sometimes I'm in the road book, I'm something else. And if it tells me, oh, there's a turn here, say it can be helpful, so you don't make mistake.
السائقة الكو درايفر مو دائما مش عينه على الطريق، فكويس من السائقة انه تقول لها اوكي انا دحين في ماركت كبيرة في الصحراء، تقول لها اوكي وصلنا للشك، وصلنا للشجرة، وصلنا لهذه كل العلامات اللي موجودة بالرود بوك.
Okay, communication is very important, is part of the success. Okay, now I will give you an exercise. You're going to make the calculation. Both the team. You're a team now.
شباب خذوا منه. Thank you. I'll give you what's her name?
Aurélie.
Aurélie. I'll give you 10 out of 10 for teamwork. Thank you very much.
Let's say what time is it?
The average speed. Aha, يلا اختبار. ويمكن تبحبحها 5 دقائق، يعني إذا لقيتكم كده ايش ما في صعوبة، بس أنا متأكد بعد الشرح هذا حتحلوها بسرعة. بس to make it easier, can you just show the calculation so they can of course they will memorize it, but for now show them the calculation, the formula. Yes, it's okay.
I didn't say it, but of course, I recommend you make the calculation on the notebook, not on the roadbook directly. Otherwise, you will have too many things written on the roadbook. When you drive, it will be very confusing.
هذه اللي تحت زي السبت اللغة. طيب
This is 0 point. Yeah. Good to see you. I'm fine. So you want to know at what time you have to be there. Yeah, if you want to remember, I need to let you think. If I give you the answer, you want to remember. You want to remember if I tell you the answer. You start, you stop watch, you start here. So it's like you start at 0. No, I want you to think this is the best way you will learn. Imagine your stage starts here. Okay? So this is not you cannot reset the stellar, but in your calculation, imagine 0. If the start, the right is the start, so it's 0.00. So you have to be there. How many kilometers after? How many kilometers after this one? It's written on your book. No, this one. No, this one. Okay. This is the distance from this one to this one here. So at this kilometer, you will need to calculate the time.
Okay. So this is 0.
Yeah.
Then how long will it take to reach this part?
Exactly.
Okay, how to apply to the equation? 3,600 multiply with this number.
Multiply by, tell me.
This number. Yeah, right? Right.
I suggest you, when you have to, you don't make the calculation on your road book because it will be very messy after to read it.
So no, what is the result? I cannot read Arabic. Yeah, okay. 55, but this is seconds. You need to convert the second to minutes. So this is second, there is no minute. Okay? So you have to be there at this point at 55 seconds after the. No, right, so it's already, it's less than 1 minute, so it's, okay? So it's right, you did it, right? You do for each line. Correct. Yes, we have different places that we want. Which one is this one? This one is first one. The first one is 0. Then you start here. 0. Then this one. This one. One minute and 40. You know? What is the distance between this one and this one? 1 kilometer. Oh, if you're not sure, you make the subtraction. This one is less than this one. No, actually, I didn't start from here. I started here from 0, 0. So we start from the other. Yes, we don't change the stopwatch. Yeah, you start with stopwatch. So we start counting. So that means that when you are there, you have to be at the time you calculate. When you are there, you have to be at the time you calculate. So I think it was really
Okay, we're going to stop and I'm going to show you the answer. You can take a picture of the answer and do this homework when you will be at home again. Okay, is it okay? Everybody's is here? Okay.
What is next?
Okay, this is the solution. Okay.
هذا الحل هتبين لكم الحل دحين وحنشوف الحل. واذا تبغوا تاخذوا بريك نحن شويه متاخرين بس اذا تبغوا تاخذوا بريك نوقف ناخذ بريك او نكمل على كيفكم. دحين نشوف بعد الحل.
Okay. In this example, and I went through some of you. The first mistake that has been made, please listen. The first mistake that has been made by some of you is that you didn't think as this was the start of the challenge. So you need to think the kilometer hint is 0.00. Of course, it's not. So that means that you are here at kilometer 0.770 meters, okay, and not 53 kilometers. Is it clear what I'm saying? No, it's not clear. How can I explain? This average speed challenge doesn't start at the start of the stage. It's in the middle of the stage. Before starting, you already drive 33 kilometers. And when you're ready to come to that point, the average speed challenge starts. So that means the calculations start at this point. So you need to think that here is kilometer 0, not kilometer 53. Understood?
شايفين ايش اللي حصل اكثر الغلطات اللي ذكرتها يعني بيحسبوا على الرقم هذا النقطة السوداء الرقم هذا اللي عليه 470 متر وليس 3. وحاجة ثانية الغلطة الثانية كانوا بيحسبوا البعيدة هذه اللي احنا برضه غلط. هذه واللي قبلها. انت تتكلم على ذلك عن زي ما قالت لكم النوت بوك اتفرق كده صح كده كده انت تقرا كده هذا حق اللي قبل وهذا حق اللي قبل من هنا تاخذ ده كده هنا تاخذ ده معلوم واضح وبعدين التدريبية مش كلها 50 هنا جاء 38 وهنا جاء 54 45 تتغير لازم تغير الكتب حقك.
Okay. This another question, yeah. Fine. Okay.
خليت المرحلة هذه في السباق حقيقة تعمل مرة كويس.
Okay. It's point, but you have seconds is enough. Yeah, it's not Formula One. It's okay. The second thing I saw, please. The second thing I saw is some of you are making the calculation on the road book. If you do that, you won't be able to read anything when you will be reading the road book. There will be too many things written on that. So take an extra notebook. You made the calculation on it.
لو سمحتوا يا بنات معلومة مهمة جدا. بتقول انه لاحظت كثير منكم بيعمل الكالكوليشن او الحل على الرود بوك، وهذا حيلخبطكم كثير. الرود بوك تكتبوا فيه فقط الحل وليس طريقة كيف تعمل الحل. خلي عندك دائما كشكول على اساس تعمل عليه الفورمولا، بس تحطي في الرود بوك اللي هو الحل النهائي. واضح؟
Okay. Having seen the road book, I made some average speed change in the middle. So what I recommend that at home, you take the road book again and you train, you hide the result, and then you compare.
خذ الورق معك هذا وحاول انك انت تعملي مجهود اليوم انك انت تدربي نفسك عليه، لانه حيكون مفيد لك بالمستقبل.
There is no other way than this one to be able to perform in average speed challenge.
ما في حل غير هذا للافريج سبيد. لا تحاولوا تعملوه على العداد زي ما قلنا. Can we need to move?
Okay.
يلا.
Question or it's okay? Okay, so now we finish the average speed challenge. You need to manage the time in the race. This is the time control card.
هذا يا بنات انتبهوا هنا برضو الكود درايفرز بليز. النقاش خلوه بعدين، دحين ركزوا هنا. هذا اسمه التايم كارد، هذا اللي يكون مع المساعدة، وهو اللي يعني بالنسبة برضو من الأدوات المهمة في السباق. وإذا ضاع اعتبري نفسك خرجت من السباق.
Okay, you will receive one every day. On this, it's carried by the co-driver. Don't lose it. Okay, it's done by official. Okay, here in red is the maximum time you have to do first the liaison, the first liaison, second one to do the stage, and last one to do the liaison to go to the bivouac or the hotel at the end. This is the maximum time allowed. That means here, when you finish the stage, you have 1 hour and a half to arrive at the bivouac. If you are more than 1 hour and a half, you will get penalties.
تتذكروا الرود بوك ما قلت لكم فيه 3 sections؟ ايوه 3 sections. الاول حيبين لكم التارجت تايم اللي لازم توصلوا فيه للمرحله. الثاني حيبين لكم الماكسيموم تايم اللي تخرجوا فيه من تعملوا فيه المرحله الخاصه. والاخير حيكون اللي هو الوقت اللي انت محتاجاه عشان توصلي فيه للبارك للموقف المغلق او المركز الصيانه، على حسب احنا رايحين فين.
Okay, so you can fill a part of this one. Okay, here is normally the time card is filled by official. You cannot. There's only 2 places you can write. You will see is here. The competitor use. So you can calculate at what time you have to be at the bivouac. And so you manage your time at the end of the stage if you want to make stop.
اغلب الارقام هذه حتكون مكتوبه من المارشلز. انت توصل هي البدايه والنهايه، والمارشلز هو اللي حيحط لك الوقت هذا. انت ممنوع تكتبي فيه لانه هذا محل الاوفيشال يوز. في مخانات هي بس اللي تقدر انت تمشي تعبيها عشان تحط التارجت تايم اللي انت لازم توصل عليه، اللي هو التارجت تايم هذا انت تقدر تستخدميه.
Here, this is the time you finish the stage. It will be filled by an official, not by you. And then you will have the target time to calculate what time you should be at the bivouac.
هذا الوقت اللي هحطه لما تغلق المرحلة المارشل، وهذا اللي هيتحط
1 hour and a half, and the red one.
This one? Yes. This is the target time.
Yes, and
you need to put it.
You have your finish time written by the official. You add your target time, and you can write this. You can use. Okay, you can write in these boxes.
The green.
Your what time you have to be at the finish at the bivouac or hotel.
No, I did not. Let me say it because I.
When you finish the stage, the official will fill this document. He will write. You finish the stage at 2:05. Okay. You finish at 2:05. You had 1 hour and 30 minutes, and you can write here at what time you have to be at the hotel or the bivouac.
طيب هذا المعلومة دي حيديك هي المارشل اللي في نهاية المرحلة. هنا عندك الوقت اللي انت هتحطيه هنا وتضيف عليه الوقت التارجت تايم اللي انت تبغيه على اساس يوديكي على الوقت النهائي اللي لازم تكون انت فيه في الوقت المتاح اللي انت لازم تكوني فيه في التارجت او البارك، يا انه انت رايح على السيرفيس اريا او اللي حيسموه بارك فيرمي.
Exactly. Okay, this is
واضح.
Okay, this is for the time card. Now I would like to talk to you about the start procedure because there was some issue last year.
هذا البروسيجر حقت الستارت لاين، وحقيقي برضه انتبهوا هنا لانه غلطات كثيره كانت فيه السنه اللي فاتت.
Okay. Indeed, at each start of stage, please look carefully. The start will be with this, yes, this one. Imagine you have to start at 11:43, okay? 11:43 is on your time card. 11:43 is here, okay? This is your start time. You have to start the stage at there, okay? You need to get a stamp from the marshal, and you need to be there at the yellow panel 5 minutes before. 5 minutes before. Imagine you arrive at 11:15, so you are too early to enter. Please don't block the entrance of the start. Stay on the side, okay, so that the other competitors that have to start can get to the start.
مرة مهم جدا انك انت تعرف انه هذا الستارت حقت المرحلة، لكن هنا في برضو نقطتين اللي هي الكنترول. انت هنا لازم توصلي على هذا على 11:38 دقيقة، بس انت وصلتي هنا على 11:15 دقيقة، فلسه عندك وقت حوالي 18 دقيقة. هي بتترجاكم بتقول لكم لو سمحتوا لا توقفوا بالطريق، تخلوا المسائقات الآخرات اللي هم مستعجلين يوصلوا وتأخروا لأي سبب من الأسباب، وتسدوا الطريق على أنهم هم يوصلوا اللوحة الأولانية اللي هي اللوحة الصفراء، فأوقفوا بجانب الطريق وليس في وسط الطريق.
Okay, so imagine you have to be, it's 11:37, you have to go, but many cars blocking you. Don't wait. You have to, the driver has to get outside and walk to the marshal. Tell me, this is my start time. Please, I want to get my stamp.
هذا معلومة مرة مهمة. دحين انت جيتي على الوقت بس ما انت قادرة توصل للوحة الصفراء بالسيارة، انزلي كو درايفر، انزلي وامشي بسرعة، روحي وسلم الكارت حقك الى المارشل اللي عند البطاقة الصفراء اللي هو هيحط لك وقتك الصحيح، لانه اذا وقفتي واستنيت انه يفتحوا لك الطريق يمكن ما يتفتح فيكون عندك بنالتي.
Okay, I have finished. I just want to talk to you about Sportity. This is where you can find.
Go 1 second. I have something to say.
Okay.
Back. Yes, here. طيب انت جيتي على 11:15 دقيقة ودخلتي هنا قبل وقتك، برضو غلط. لا تدخلي قبل، ادخلي على وقتك فقط. لو دخلت قبل وقتك الغرامه اعلى من انك انت تيجي متاخره. فهو زي ما قلت انه الراليز هذه كلها على التوقيت يا جماعه. اوكي، be punctual, be very careful with your times. The co-driver has a very big responsibility. عندها مسؤوليه كبيره مساعده انها هي تخليكي موجوده في المكان المناسب على الوقت. هي تقريبا البيبي سيتر حق درايفر. سوري the co-drivers. You're babysitting the drivers to come and actually be punctual with the time. Okay, so they need to be always on time. If you're there before your time, do not enter the zone, because every minute you'll get a very big penalty. Actually, much more than if you're coming late when you're coming earlier. Okay, واضح البروسيجر حقت الستارت لاين. You have 3 boards. You did not explain the boards.
Yes.
البورد الاصفر اللي هو التي سي اللي هو حيديك الوقت. توصل على هنا يعمل لك الختم. اوكي، وبعدين عندك 5 minutes between الستامب والبدايه هنا، فحتكوني موجوده في دي المنطقه. حتيجي هنا تدخلي على وقتك 43. هذا بالضبط حيقول لك يلا ستارت.
There's the clock.
The clock. في ساعه طبعا حتكون لما نيجي وقت ال 43 they will flag you to start. واضح؟
Okay.
السيرفيس اريا تقدر توصليها بدري اذا القانون يسمح لك. اذا القانون ما يسمح لك لازم تلتزمي في الوقت، بس غالبا هنا ما حد يسمح لك تعملي شيء، لازم تيجي على وقتك. السيرفيس اريا sometimes the organizers will let you come without any penalties and enter if you finished earlier, but this is completely at the discretion of the organizers.
Okay.
سبورتيتي اللي كنت كل شوي اقول لكم سبورتيتي هو هذا البرنامج اللي فيه عليه المعلومات كلها حقت الرالي.
Yes, Sportity is the official notice board. You have all the information there. Nobody is going to tell you, oh, you receive a notification, please read it. Install the app on your phone and turn on the notification for this special app. So each time there is a new post on the app, you have a notification on your phone.
كل كود درايفر موجوده في السباق هذا، اذا ما نزلت الابلكيشن هذا على الجوال حقه او على الباد او على وات ايفر يعني ماكينه هي بتستخدمها، ما حتقدر تسوي ده السباق، لانه هذا البرنامج اللي فيه حاجه اسمها لوحه الارشادات حقنا، لوحه المعلومات، انا اسف اسمها لوحه المعلومات. هذه اللوحه داخل البرنامج هذا فيها كل الانفورميشن اللي انت محتاجاه، سواء اوقات الستارت حقك متى حيكون، كل المعلومات حتكون موجوده هنا. This is very important. This is our notice board. Every rally has a notice board that will show any bulletins that appears from the organizers. So each and everyone code driver should have this program on her mobile or her iPad or whatever machine she's using.
Okay, that's all. And for tomorrow, we are preparing a road book, and I will ask you to download on your phone for the co-drivers one of those 2 apps.
دحين هذا البرنامج للكود درايفرز تنصح هي او مو تنصح، مهم جدا عشان بكره يكون التدريب بالنسبه لكم مهم. تنزل هذا البرنامج على جوالها مع السبورتيتي، وهذا على اساس انه بكره هي عندنا سوينا رود بوك، ما قلت لكم في تدريب خارجي هنا، فهي سوت الرود بوك موجود على، بدل ما تديكم هو مطبوع زي كده، ففي تقدم، في تطور انه صار على الايباد او التليفون. Please download this program, either one of them for Apple and for Google, only this one.
Yeah.
So tomorrow in the practice you understand what's going on.
And you will see on each app there are videos. You can watch them. It will show you how the app works.
ممتاز. كمان في نفس المحل
This is Mike, and today I'm going to take on.
No.
هذا هل ما حتنزليه في الويب سايت حتقدري تشوفي فيديوز تشرح لك كيف يستخدم البرنامج هذا. هذا الهوم ورك حقكم الليله كدرايفرز. please do not sleep before you download this and also watch the video please.
Okay.
يا المساعدات لو سمحتوا شوفوا هذا، نزلوا البرنامج وشوفوا الفيديو على اساس تتعلم بكره تيجوا جاهزين انكم انتم ايش تستفيدوا من التدريب. Thank you very much. Really, that was very great, very informative. Thank you. ناخذ break when you want to start. Restart again. اوكي 20 دقيقة كويس. 20 دقيقة بريك، وبعدين عندنا اللي هو التدريب كيف استخدام المعدات هذه على السيارة اللي برا وكيف تطلعها من التغريز. اوكي، وهذا حيكون الفاينل سيكشن من التدريب حقنا اليوم. شكرا، تفضلوا اذا تبغوا ترتاحوا.
बंद हो गया क्या?
You can you need to do them all and then say, well, not the rule book. Because all you're doing is filling the rule book up with rules that nobody pays any attention to. Twice as much. But right, by yourselves. So you need to start talking to other competitors. No, I'm not saying talking a role, but if acceptable, then it's not a union. Yeah. I know. That's why I'm covering it.
Yeah. That's why I can you. I said you will say something here.
I wouldn't dream of saying anything.
أنا مشبه.
Go and get some tea. What tea? No, water. Right, I'm going to go and get some before we kick off. What, this? No, I look as if I'm punching myself in the face. Live, but I haven't started. We'll wait for you to do translation. Okay, let's get some tea. We'll kick off.
Yeah, I know. I'm coming back.
What? You want me to wait for you for this bit? No? Right, back on then. the steps and on here on the steps. Ladies. Where am I going to keep this tea? Do we have everyone? Ladies, if you'd like to come and take a seat, we'll get kicked off. Sooner we get done, sooner you get home. Come and have a seat either side of the camera. Wherever you like, either side. My tea here. Oops.
باي يا جماعه بس سمعتها هلا
Don't to have as many people as we had in the room. Who's still sitting inside? Just because you're going to have to help if something goes wrong. You have to be. You see the car now, ladies. Thank you. Anytime you're finished, I'll start. Yeah. Sooner we get finished, sooner we get home. Right. If you look at the car now, although there's some footprints here, you can see the way the car has come in. The red part is very clear. We talked about this earlier. And the importance of being on top of the surface is illustrated by that tread pattern that's there. So what happens if we don't do that? Now, we don't have a particularly great depth of sand. I'm going to get into the car, run it back, and come forward with dramatic braking so that you can see what happens and what trouble that it gives you. So I'll just run back about 20 meters and we'll see. Key. That's going to look good on the camera. Thank you very much. Seatbelts on, of course, even for a short demonstration. So I'm going to run the car back just on its own power, and you'll see that there's a clean back bed is appearing from underneath me there. And that's letting the car roll on its own speed. So if you can imagine that you're driving and everything is going nicely, but you're going much quicker, do a sudden stop. Now, it's not much of a sudden stop because it's a very short distance, but you can see on the front of the head pattern, there's a drop there, and there's the beginnings of a lump in the sand here. Now, if we were in soft conditions, we could lose as much as the width the depth of the tire to that, and because that more to do to get out of the hole that we've made ourselves. The same applies on cornering, and the same gently does it.
في الصحراء يعني واضح واطي جدا فقاعدة الصدم هذه دائما تعمل في مشكله، تدعسي بنزين على اخر السياره تحصر، تضربي فرامل كثير، يحصل هذا اللي حصل هنا. ايش اللي حصل؟ طبعا هذه الحاله مضغوطه، الحاله مضغوطه تبغي فجاه فيصير الكفر زياده في الرنجه، هذا انت تبغيه، انت السياره تكون مرتفعه قبل ما نقدر، فلو رميتي بالشاش ما كانت نزلت بيدي كده السياره. وهذا برضه طرحه ثانيه من الكفر الخلفي. هذا الكلام بالصحراء، كنت بالصحراء لو كنت اصعب من كيف تطلع من التغريز.
So, if you break too much, being able to get into the car, put it into gear, and let the car creep away by itself, you're going to have to get over that hill. And if you have to increase the revs to get over that hill, you run the risk of wheel spin, and running the risk of wheel spin runs you the risk of getting deeper. So always come to a slow halt, always accelerate gently away. When you're making steering movements, try gently and not scrub any speed off with your steering. All right, that's the main thing to learn from this. We've discussed that in the presentation already. I'm going to move on now to the sand ladders because I want you to know how to use these. And as we said, the trick is to have them put in. So let's assume duck. We'll do driving sessions because there will be opportunities to drive tomorrow. So what we need to do with the sand is you need to get them placed so that as far as possible, they are as level as they can be, and they are underneath the edge of the tire, so that when you go into gear, you're very to get onto the board.
لما السيارة تخرج الرملة كل ما عملت زيادة ما انت اضطريت انك انت يعني تستخدم القوة انها هي تطلع، واحيانا ما حتطلع هتغرز. لو انت وقفت بغير ما يكون في مفاجأة وفضلت السيارة على الرملة سطح الغير بتاع العتبة هذه، ايش اللي حيصير؟ حيصير لما نيجي تحط الديد السيارة بسرعتها بقوتها من غير ما تدرس بنزين حتلاقيها مشيت وطلعت او مشيت من المكان اللي انت فيه. السيارة اكثر في الفرد، كل ما حتحتاج انك انت تدعس بنزين اكثر على اساس تطلعيها من الموقف اللي انت وقفتيها فيه. واذا دعست الزيادة احيانا تلف في الكفر وتحفر وتنزل في الارض وتصير جدا تطلعيها. وانتقل بعدين الى هذا السلالم، بيقول اهم حاجه انك تحط السلم عشان لما يبدا يشتغل ياخذ يطلع فوقها ويسحبك من برا الحفره والمأزق اللي انت فيه في الرمله.
Okay, one is that's because it's made of metal. You can also get soft shackles, and soft shackles made of rope. They do the same job. Soft shackles are used for going around wheels so that they don't damage them. Hard shackles are for going on points. Now, the towing points of the car will be evident from your car. If you do not have hard towing points at the front of your car, look to be doing something about that between now and the start of the rally. You cannot use a shackle or a rope around any suspension component, any bumper, any steering component, any other mechanical feature under the car. وفي في العدة تحط اساس المال واللي يصير يقدر ايش تحط تسحب السيارة. لا okay, as far as will go, okay, because it twist as it's being, if you're to the end, to this it's what's called a snatch rope, okay? And it's called a snatch rope because it's kinetic, which means the rope will stretch and it's the rope that's getting you out of being stuck. So in other words, if the two cars are here and the rope is between them and the rope is loose, then when the rope is tightened, the rope stretches, and it's the contraction of the rope that pulls the car out. You're not actually pulling the car out with the rope, you're pulling the car out with the contraction of the rope, all right? So when you would use this, would be, you would, if you were stuck, you would stretch out between two cars, but there would be looseness in the rope. However, and this is very important, once the rope has been attached to both cars, okay? Attached here and attached there. Whether it is slack or whether it is tight, you must treat it like a wall. You may not step over that rope. You must go round the outside of the other car and back, or round the outside of the front car and back. Never step across this rope. It becomes a sheer wall which is insurmountable. The moment it's connected to two vehicles, it's a solid wall. Okay, that's for your own safety. Never do that. When you are working, sorry, Abdullah, this go ahead. When you're working with a rope, if there are any people around, you must clear an area equivalent to the length of the rope in a semicircle round both vehicles. Because if the rope breaks, or a towing point breaks, or you haven't made the shackle tightened up properly, it will travel the same distance in the opposite direction. So you need to clear all people away from the length of the rope back, and the same on the other side. Okay. الحبل على سيارتين وكان صار كان الحبل كان مشان انسحب من فوق او يعمل اي حركه خلاص اذا يروح للمنحى اذا كانت السياره الاماميه يروح من الزميل او السياره الخلفيه يروح لمسافها بس ما في الحبل يشبه الحبل ممكن تخلي بعيد عن كسر الخيار مثلا شاكل او تسبب راح ينزل القنبله على الاتجاه المعاكس بسرعه عاليه جدا ويروح نفس الناحيه الثانيه فاي احد واقف بالطريق حيتعرض حيتضرر وكثير حوادث حصلت يلا الصحة إن يشد حب الذكر online. Is there any questions coming through? Everybody right? Many questions. Have you got any questions? Have you seen you understand the safety aspects? Listen. Yes, the link is up and running. Okay.
completely انشغلت. طبعا هتكلم كده بسرعه بالعربي منها انشغلت في السلاج الاخير ونحن كنا حوالي يمكن 50 راجل 150 مع الجمهور. فقالت لهم بليز يا جماعه حد يساعدني انا عمري ما غير بنشر بدنا للاسف والله ما نقدر نساعدك واضطريت اغير المنشر مع الكود حقها بس ساعدوا لي الحاجات هذه يعني. إيه. Please practice makes perfect. So please practice a tire change, please.
Yeah. Right. So
your car, huh? Sorry, on the car that you're racing.
yeah.
There is a tire. Every car is different, huh? So you need to practice on your own car. On your actually تدربوا يا جماعة على خياراتكم اللي حتستخدموها في السباق لأن كل سيارة عدتها مختلفة.
Right. If you've never changed a wheel before, then there are a few golden rules. When you stop the car, try to stop the car on as level a piece of ground as possible and in as safe a position as possible away from other traffic. First thing you do, get your warning triangle and put it where it can be seen. So if you're in a hole, put it on the top. If you're on a flat place, put it as far back as possible so that it can be seen that you are having difficulties. The next thing, put the car.
The person so I don't معلومات جدا برضو يقول لك هذا حاجات بتكون مهمة. على مكان قد ما تقدر يكون مستقيم عن المايل عشان السيارة ما تقدر ما تتحرك. الهاند بريك لفت ترانجل إذا بحصله بعيد عن داخل وانت جالسه على الكفر.
If you have a flat tire in the sand, dramatic steering, soft sand, it will not do anything.
يبغى يعتمد انك انت من السياره كفر واحد فقط، ثلاثه يعني السياره مستقيم حيكون في بريشر على اللي قدام اكثر، العفريته ممكن ما تمسك. فخليها على قد ما تقدر مستقيمه، وارفع السياره بطريقه تتاكد انها ما بتتحرك على اساس لا تطيح الجاك. ستريت
Straight. Straight.
do not continue.
Stop. Yep. Okay. Right. So then what do? Next, we've already got the car in park. We've already got the brake on. We've got the jack under the, we're holding the way. To have a cup of tea, but to have a teacup at hand. Because the next thing we're going to do is to lean on. And if you drop these in the sand, you can spend hours looking for a metal detector. You modern say, keep a cup in the car, and when you take them, put them in the cup, and then you like it's a fairly doesn't. Then you have the nuts loose, but not off. We then need the shovel. You can do that bit.
معمول اول
Right, so we've got the nuts loosened, we've got the paper cup, we're ready to use the shovel. The car is sitting on 3 wheels and the corner is being taken the jack. So when and what we do out, okay? So what we do, and I'm not going to do all of this, but you get the idea. Out from under the tire, right? Take this out from under the tire, the car stays in balance. You can remove the wheel nuts, put them in the cup, and slide the tire out.
But why don't you have the jack to lift it?
Because that puts extra pressure by lifting the weight of the car rather than the corner. Which is the more you jack up, the more of the car you're lifting, right? Whereas if we put the jack on the corner, simply take its weight, we're not doing anything. Applying any, and in soft sand, you have the run the risk, if you don't have the boards, of simply jacking the jack into the sand. So that's why dig out the ground from round the tire, slide the tire off, slide the new one on, fasten it all up, and reverse the process. You don't have to fill the hole in.
And from distance, a little bit. And if the jack is straight and it's not putting down, I think it is safe to just lift it a little bit so you can take the car. But the boss is here, so I'm not going to interview. But anyway, his school is saying that you have to be under, sorry. السيارة تكون مستقيمة عشان لا تعمل اختل التوازن وتحفر شوية على أساس إنك أنت تقدر تطلع الكفر من غير يصير عندك مخاطرة في إنك أو مجازفة في إنك أنت ترفع العفريتة أو ترفع السيارة أكثر واختل توازنها وتطيح على دي لأن الرمل مرة صعب إنك أنت تتوقع إيش ممكن يحصل في السيارة إذا كانت موجودة على الرمل، خصوصا إذا اختل التوازن. فهو إيش بيسوي بالرمل؟ بخليه على نفس الحاجة الأطراف كلها بس أحفر تحت الكفر على أساس أسهل إني أخرجه. هذا بس الشرح حق. اوكي.
My, yep. Yep. It's putting a board underneath it. So wherever the correct jacking position is, that's where you want to try and put the jack so the car's up. But this is quicker, digging this out, especially in soft sand. It's quicker to dig this out. And it means that two people can work at the same time, because you can already somebody else is either loosening nuts or somebody else is jacking up. And they take forever to go up and they take just as long to go down. So if you cut the time down in terms of raising the car, and the effort what you have to twist to lift the car makes life easier. And this is an easy shovel. You have to fill it in again afterwards. It's not old school, it's new school. I know kind of surprised because of, you know, so there you go. So that's the basics of what we're going to do, and as much as we're going to do, I think today, we're going to go out and we're going to start putting systems to practice. I intend to simulate a puncture in soft sand so that some volunteers can help work under supervision. The most important step in changing the tire is securing the car. The car is secure and is in the best place for you to do that work. You mustn't lie in the car, mustn't get in the car, using the jack, be distant from the falling on top of in the spare. The jack goes go down there, but then you trap without ability to put an extra wheel on. Going to. So you need to evaluate the situation that you're in. The most important thing is to get the car into a safe and secure position and make sure that your work is safe. That's the principle. That doesn't actually matter what you're safe.
صحيح اساس الكفر الضبط شروشن فقال له اهم حاجه انه يكون السياره واقفه ومحطوطه فمثلا حاجات كثيره احد هدف هو عشان في الرمل يحسب على البارك يخليه على النيوترال أود يرفع السيارة محطوط على الأم ما تبدأ تتحرك ما يقدر يتمرك طريقة كيف يكفي حاطة على السيارة إنسان يمسك رحمة في السيارة الكف المبنشر يحطوه تحت السيارة لازم يطلع شيء يعني سيارة ومرفوعة على العفريت أبدا نفس السيارة في أي لحظة ممكن العفريت تنكسر أي حاجة ممكن تحصل لازم تتعود.
We're done. Right. Okay. So just put it back up. This